Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry Potter collapsed at Gringotts and woke up as Lord of 12 ancient and noble houses? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Collapse That Changed Everything. The marble floor of Gringotts' wizarding bank gleamed under the enchanted chandeliers like a frozen lake of white stone. Harry Potter's small, scuffed trainers squeaked against the polished surface as he followed Hagrid through the cavernous hall, his eyes wide despite himself. He had seen magic before, the letters, the vanishing glass at the zoo, the flood of owls descending on Privet Drive, but nothing had prepared him for this. Goblins sat behind every counter, their long fingers counting coins that glittered under the warm golden light. They were not beautiful creatures, not in the way the magical world had been described in the fairy tales Dudley had once thrown at Harry's head. Their faces were sharp, their eyes dark and intelligent, watching everything with an unnerving stillness. Harry felt their gazes slide across him as he passed, and he instinctively straightened his spine, trying not to look as small and lost as he felt. "Right this way, Harry," Hagrid boomed, his massive frame casting a shadow that seemed to swallow several goblins at once. The half-giant was practically glowing with pride, his beetle-black eyes moist with emotion. "Your first time in the wizarding world, and I get to be the one to show ya. Dumbledore's orders, mind, but I'd have volunteered anyway. Ye've no idea how long I've waited for this day." Harry managed a small smile, clutching the letter that had changed everything. The parchment was worn from his constant reading, the emerald ink still as vivid as the first moment it had appeared in the Dursleys' hallway. Asterisk Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, asterisk. The words felt like a promise, a lifeline thrown to a drowning boy. "Mr. Potter." The voice cut through the ambient noise of the bank like a blade. Harry turned to see a goblin approaching them, shorter than the others but carrying himself with an authority that made the air around him feel heavier. His face was lined with centuries of experience, his eyes the color of old gold, and his fingers were adorned with rings that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "This is Griphook," Hagrid said, nodding to the goblin. "He'll be talking us to your vault." Griphook's gaze lingered on Harry for a moment longer than was comfortable. "The Potter vault, yes. Though." He paused, tilting his head like a bird examining something curious. "There are other matters that require your attention, Mr. Potter. The bank has been expecting you for some time." Harry blinked. "Expecting me? But I only just found out about." "All in good time," Griphook interrupted, raising a hand that glinted with more rings. "First, the vault. Then business." His lips curved into something that might have been a smile on a less terrifying face. "The goblins of Gringotts do not forget their promises, Mr. Potter. And we have been waiting for you." Hagrid furrowed his brow, looking between Harry and the goblin with obvious confusion. "Dumbledore didn't mention nothing about any other business. We're just here for the vault, maybe a bit shopping after." "Headmaster Dumbledore does not know everything," Griphook said flatly. "There are matters of goblin law that even he cannot oversee. Now, if you will follow me." The cart ride to the vaults was terrifying, Harry was sure of that. The narrow tracks twisted and turned through the depths of the bank, plunging into darkness so complete that Harry had to close his eyes to stop the panic rising in his chest. The wind whipped past his ears, and he clutched the sides of the cart so tightly his knuckles went white, feeling Hagrid's warmth beside him like an anchor in the storm of magic and fear. "All right there, Harry." Hagrid called over the roar of the cart. "Fine." Harry shouted back, though his voice cracked with the lie. The cart plunged deeper, and Harry caught glimpses of great caverns filled with mountains of gold and silver, their wealth glittering like distant stars in the underground darkness. When they finally stopped, Harry was trembling. He forced himself to stand on legs that felt like jelly, following Griphook to a small door set into the cavern wall. The goblin pressed his hand to the stone, and with a grinding sound that echoed through the chamber, the door swung open. Harry's breath caught. The vault was only half full, but to someone who had slept in a cupboard for 10 years, it might as well have been the treasury of a king. Gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts piled in heaps that spilled across the floor in shimmering waves. He could see the small fortune the Dursleys had kept hidden away, and he had never felt so simultaneously rich and poor. "Go on, then," Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion. "It's all yours, Harry. Every last coin." Harry stepped forward slowly, reaching out to touch a galleon. The metal was warm against his fingers, impossibly warm, as if the gold had been waiting for his touch. He scooped up a handful, letting the coins trickle through his fingers like liquid sunshine. "This is..." He couldn't finish the sentence. There were no words for what he felt. All his life, he had been told he was worthless, a burden, a freak. And now here was proof that his parents had loved him, had left him something, had existed and mattered in. "A bag, Griphook," Hagrid said, his voice rough. "For all this." As Griphook produced a small leather bag from somewhere within his robes, Harry noticed something else in the vault. Tucked behind a pile of silver sickles was a small, leather-bound book, its cover cracked with age. He reached for it, curiosity overwhelming his caution. "Ah," Griphook said, his voice sharp. "That is not part of the Potter vault, Mr. Potter. That came from elsewhere. The headmaster requested it remain here until we confirmed its authenticity." His eyes were suddenly very cold. "I will be taking that." Harry handed the book over, his fingers lingering on the worn leather. There was something about it that called to him, some strange pull he couldn't explain. But Griphook had already tucked it away, his expression unreadable. "Now," the goblin said, his voice shifting into something more formal, "there is the matter of the additional tests. Standard procedure for all vault owners who have not visited in some time. We must confirm the bloodline, you understand." Hagrid frowned. "I didn't hear nothing about any tests." The headmaster said. "The headmaster does not dictate Gringotts policy," Griphook snapped, his patience clearly wearing thin. "This is a simple blood inheritance verification. It takes moments and ensures that the vaults are not subject to fraudulent claims." He turned to Harry, his expression slightly softening. "You are a Potter by blood, but there may be other claims on your lineage that require official recognition. This test will reveal them all." Harry looked at Hagrid, who shrugged helplessly. "It's probably fine, Harry. Just a bit goblin bureaucracy. Standard stuff, I expect." Something in Harry's chest tightened. He didn't know why, but the thought of having his blood tested filled him with a strange apprehension. The Dursleys had always told him he had bad blood, that his parents had been no good degenerates who died in a car crash. And while Harry knew now that was a lie, old fears died hard. "Will it hurt?" he asked, hating how small his voice sounded. Griphook's expression flickered with something that might have been pity. "You will feel a mild discomfort, Mr. Potter. Nothing more. The magic used in these tests is ancient and precise." He produced a small golden instrument, shaped like a feather, its tip glowing with a soft inner light. "This will draw a single drop of blood. The rest is simply reading." Harry nodded, swallowing hard. He extended his hand, trying to keep it steady as the golden feather descended. The moment the tip touched his skin, everything changed. The golden light flared, blazing so brightly that Harry was momentarily blinded. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, not from the cut on his finger, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere in the very core of his being. It was as if something inside him had been sleeping, dreaming, waiting, and had suddenly been jolted awake by a scream of electricity. He heard Griphook gasp, heard Hagrid shout something that was lost in the roaring in his ears. The vault began to spin, the piles of gold and silver blurring into a kaleidoscope of color and light. Harry tried to speak, tried to ask what was happening, but his voice wouldn't come. The golden light had wrapped around him like a cocoon, and within it, he could see things. Flashes of images, of people he didn't recognize but somehow knew intimately. A woman with hair like spun silver, her eyes kind and fierce as she cradled a baby in her arms. A man in robes of deep blue, standing before a great stone house surrounded by fog. A great serpent, its scales gleaming like emeralds, coiling around an ancient throne. A phoenix, its feathers of gold and crimson, screeching as it burst into flame and was reborn. And then, the pain. It was like nothing Harry had ever experienced, worse than the hunger, worse than the cold, worse than the silence of the cupboard. His blood was burning, screaming, tearing through his veins as if it had been asleep for 1,000 years and was now awakening to find itself caged in the body of a scrawny, frightened 11-year-old boy. Something's wrong. Hagrid was shouting, his voice distant and distorted. What's happening to him? The bloodlines, Griphook said, and there was something like wonder in his voice. Impossible. The seals, they're all breaking. Every single one. How is this possible? Harry tried to answer, but his body was no longer obeying him. His legs collapsed beneath him, and he felt the cold floor of the vault meet his back. The golden light was still blazing around him, and through it, he could see shapes moving, old shapes, ancient shapes, spirits or ghosts or something else entirely. One of them stepped forward, and Harry's heart nearly stopped. It was a young man, no older than his early 20s, with wild black hair and glasses askew on his face. His eyes were brilliant green, identical to Harry's own, and when he smiled, it was like looking into a mirror. "Hello, son," the ghost said, and Harry recognized the voice from a dozen dreams he'd never quite remembered. "I've been waiting a long time to see you properly." "Dad?" Harry tried to say, but the word came out as nothing but a breath. James Potter reached down, his spectral hand hovering over Harry's cheek. "Not yet, Harry. You've got work to do first. Great work. Dangerous work. But I promise you this, you are so much more than you ever knew. And it's time the world knew it, too." The golden light surged again, and Harry felt something shatter inside him. Not his bones, not his organs, something deeper. Something magical. He felt 12 separate energies surge through him, each one different, each one powerful, each one ancient and hungry for recognition. They crashed together in his chest like waves against a cliff, and Harry screamed. He screamed until his voice gave out, until the vault echoed with the sound of his agony. And then, mercifully, the light began to fade. But as the golden glow receded, Harry felt a strange heaviness in his chest, a weight he'd never carried before. And he knew, without anyone telling him, that nothing would ever be the same. He opened his eyes, when had he closed them, to find himself lying on the floor of the vault, staring up at the worried face of Hagrid and the utterly stunned expression of Griphook. "Harry? Harry, can ye hear me?" Hagrid's voice was thick with tears. "Say something, lad. Please." Harry's voice cracked, and he swallowed against the dryness in his throat. "I'm okay. I think." "What happened?" "The blood inheritance test," Griphook said slowly, his golden eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the boy want to shrink away. "It reacted to something in your blood. Something that should not have been there." "What do you mean, something that shouldn't be there?" Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows, feeling the strange weight in his chest shift with the movement. Am I cursed? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, Mr. Potter. Not wrong." Griphook was staring at him as if seeing him for the first time. "Extraordinary. Impossible. And yet, there it is." He reached out, and Harry saw that his hand was trembling. "The test has revealed 12 separate bloodline seals within your soul. 12 ancient houses, all claiming you as their legal heir." Harry blinked. 12. I don't understand." "Neither do I, fully," Griphook admitted. "This has never happened before. The goblins have records going back thousands of years, and never has a single living wizard held the claim to 12 ancient and noble houses simultaneously. It is unprecedented. What houses? The question came from Hagrid, whose face had gone pale beneath his beard. Which houses? Griphook turned to face him, and there was something like awe in his expression. All of them, Keeper of Keys. All the old ones. Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Black, Gaunt, Lefay, Emrys, Merlinshire, Pendragon, and, the 12th is the most surprising of all. He paused, as if the words themselves were too impossible to say. The 12th, he continued, is Potter. But not the modern branch. The original one. The first. The house of the first Potter, from before the family was known as anything else. It is, quite literally, the oldest house in Britain. Harry felt the world tilting around him. That doesn't make any sense. I'm Harry. I'm nobody. I slept in a cupboard for 10 years. My aunt and uncle told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. How can I be heir to all these houses? The blood doesn't lie, Mr. Potter. Griphook was already moving toward the vault's exit, his steps quick and purposeful. You will need to come with me. There are procedures. Formal recognitions. The goblins of Gringotts must officially acknowledge these claims. And then. He turned back, his eyes gleaming with something that might have been excitement or fear. Then the wizarding world will know. I need to tell Dumbledore, Hagrid said, his voice shaking. The headmaster needs to know about this right away. Of course you do, Griphook said smoothly. But I suspect the headmaster already knows more than he has told you. The book in the vault, the one I retrieved, was placed there by his own hands. He has been preparing for this moment for years. The goblin's expression darkened. The question is, what has he been preparing for? The main hall of Gringotts was different now. Harry sat in a private chamber at the heart of the bank, surrounded by goblins who all stared at him with identical expressions of barely concealed wonder. The room was circular, its walls lined with ancient texts and artifacts that pulsed with magical energy. Harry could feel them calling to him, the 12 lines of power within his soul reaching out toward the relics of his ancestors with an eagerness that scared him. Mr. Potter. The lead goblin, a creature with skin like worn parchment and eyes that seemed to have seen centuries, was addressing him with a deference that Harry didn't understand. My name is Ragnarok, head of Gringotts. And I must tell you that what has happened today is without precedent in the history of our bank. Harry swallowed hard. I don't know what's happening. I don't understand any of this. Of course you don't. You are 11 years old, and you have been kept in ignorance your entire life. Ragnarok's voice was surprisingly gentle. But the truth is simple, if hard to believe. You are the rightful lord of 12 ancient and noble houses. By blood, by magic, and by the ancient laws of succession, the titles and responsibilities of these houses are yours. All of them. That's impossible, Harry said again, but the words felt hollow. He could feel the truth of it in his chest, in the 12 beating hearts that seemed to have taken up residence alongside his own. Let me explain what I can, Ragnarok said, gesturing for Harry to sit. The houses you have inherited are not simply wealthy families. They are the foundation of magical Britain itself. Some of them predate the Ministry of Magic by 1,000 years. Others were founded by the very creators of Hogwarts. And all of them have been waiting, in their way, for an heir worthy of their legacies. Worthy? Harry's voice cracked on the word. I'm not worthy of anything. I'm just a ordinary child who has survived something no one else could have, Ragnarok interrupted. You think the Dark Lord was defeated by chance? By accident? He chose you, Mr. Potter. Marked you as his equal. And the magic of the world responded in kind. The goblin leaned forward, his eyes burning. The bloodlines that have awakened in you today have been dormant for centuries. They chose you, too. All of them. And that is not coincidence. Harry felt tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. I don't want this. I never asked for any of this. I just wanted to go to Hogwarts. To learn magic. To have friends. His voice broke entirely on the last word. I just wanted a family. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. You have a family now, Mr. Potter. 12 of them, in fact. All of them. Ancient, all of them powerful, and all of them yours to command. The question is, what will you do with them? Harry looked at the floor, at the intricate patterns carved into the stone. They seemed to move as he watched, forming shapes that resolved into everything. A man with a wand raised against a dragon. A woman with a crown of stars. A snake coiled around a sword. A phoenix rising from the ashes. I don't know what to do, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know anything. I've never even been to a real school. I've spent my whole life being told I was worthless, that I didn't deserve to exist. And now you're telling me I'm everything. He laughed, a broken sound that held no humor. What if I can't do it? What if I'm not good enough? Ragnar smiled, it was a terrifying expression on a goblin's face, but there was warmth in his eyes. Then you will learn, Mr. Potter. As every lord before you has learned. The houses are not just gifts, they are responsibilities. And the first responsibility of any lord is to himself. To find the strength to carry the weight that has been placed upon him. How? Harry asked desperately. How do I find that strength? By facing the trials, Ragnar said simply. The houses do not simply give their power away. They must be earned. You will face challenges, each one designed to test a different aspect of your character. Strength, wisdom, compassion, courage, all will be weighed and measured. His expression darkened. And if you fail, the consequences will be severe. The magic of the old houses is not gentle, Mr. Potter. It will destroy you if you are not worthy. I've been destroyed before, Harry said softly. Or close to it. The Dursleys made sure of that. Then you understand, at least in part, what you are up against. Ragnar nodded slowly. Good. That understanding will serve you well. He rose from his seat, his robes rustling against the floor. For now, you must rest. The awakening of the bloodlines has taxed your magic severely. You will not be able to face any trials until your strength returns. But Hogwarts, Harry began. Hogwarts will wait, Ragnar interrupted. The school term does not begin for several weeks yet. You will have time to recover, and perhaps to begin your preparation. He paused at the door, turning back to look at Harry with an expression that was almost grandfatherly. You are not alone, young lord. Remember that. The goblins have always honored the old alliances. And the old alliances, despite what many wizards believe, are not dead. They are merely sleeping. With that, Ragnar was gone, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the 12 unfamiliar heartbeats in his chest. Harry emerged from the private chamber to find Hagrid pacing the main hall of Gringotts, his massive frame causing more than one goblin to give him a wide berth. Harry. The half-giant's face flooded with relief. Are ya alright? What happened in there? The goblins won't tell me anything, they just said ya needed rest and that I should wait. I don't know exactly what happened, Harry said honestly. They told me I inherited some things. Some houses. 12 of them. He laughed again, the sound hollow and bewildered. I'm apparently the lord of 12 noble houses, Hagrid. I don't even know what that means. Hagrid stared at him for a long moment, his mouth hanging open. Then, inexplicably, the giant began to laugh. It was a booming, joyous sound that echoed through the bank and made several goblins glare in annoyance. 12 houses, Hagrid managed between guffaws. 12. And, here I thought yet just be a regular wizard with a bit o' gold. He wiped tears from his eyes with a hand the size of a dinner plate. Oh, Harry. Dumbledore's goin' to have a right time with this one. Dumbledore? Harry's heart clenched. Does he know? Was he expecting this? Hagrid's laughter faded, and something complicated flickered across his face. I don't rightly know, Harry. Dumbledore's a brilliant man, the greatest wizard of our age, but even he can't see everything. This. He gestured at Harry helplessly. This might be beyond even his expectations. They left the bank together, stepping out into the bright sunlight of Diagon Alley. Harry blinked, shielding his eyes against the glare, and for a moment, he could almost believe that everything that had happened was just a dream. A strange, terrifying dream that would fade away when he woke up in his cupboard under the stairs. But the weight in his chest was still there, 12 heartbeats beating in time with his own. And somewhere in the distance, he could hear the goblins of Gringotts talking in hushed voices about the impossible child who had claimed 12 houses in a single breath. That night, Harry lay in the bed of his room at the Leaky Cauldron, staring at the ceiling and trying to process everything that had happened. 12 houses. 12 ancient, powerful houses had awakened within him, claiming him as their heir. He had read the list the goblins had given him, the names and descriptions of the families that now considered him their lord. Peveril, the oldest of them all, descended from the 3 brothers who had cheated death itself. Their symbol was the Deathly Hallows, a legend that Harry had only glimpsed in the pages of a child's storybook. Gryffindor, the House of Bravery, founded by one of Hogwarts' original founders. Harry had heard of Godric Gryffindor, of course, everyone had, but to know that he was somehow related to the man was impossible. And yet, there it was. Slytherin, the House of Ambition, founded by Salazar Slytherin himself. The same Salazar Slytherin who had hated Muggle-born students, who had hidden a monster in the school's depths. Harry's blood, it seemed, had darker currents than he had ever suspected. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff completed the set, the other 2 founders, their lines continuing through the centuries until they had reached Harry. A boy who had never even known he was a wizard. Black, the family of Sirius Black, the man who had betrayed Harry's parents and was now rotting in Azkaban. The goblins had confirmed that Harry was the closest living relative, and the Black family magics had recognized him almost instantly. Gaunt, the last remaining descendants of Salazar Slytherin, a family that had fallen into poverty and madness. Harry remembered the name from somewhere, a memory that felt almost like a dream. Le Fay, a line of famous enchanters, said to be descended from Morgan Le Fay herself. The name made Harry think of ancient magic, of spells that had been forgotten for 1,000 years. Emrys, the family of Merlin, the greatest wizard who had ever lived. Harry had heard stories about Merlin, of course, everyone had, but he had never imagined he could be related to the man. Merlinshire, a branch of the Merlin family that had settled in Britain, their magic tied to the very stones of the island. Pendragon, the legendary family of King Arthur, or so the goblins claimed. Harry felt the weight of history pressing down on him, the expectations of 1,000 years of tradition. And finally, Potter, not the modern version, but the original, the first Potter who had built a legacy that had lasted through the ages. Harry's own family, ancient and powerful, with roots that stretched back to the dawn of magical Britain. It was too much to take in. Harry closed his eyes, trying to shut out the enormity of it all, but the 12 heartbeats in his chest continued their steady rhythm, reminding him that everything had changed. He wondered what his parents would think. James and Lily Potter, who had died protecting him from the Dark Lord. Did they know what their son had become? Had they planned for this, prepared for this, known all along that Harry was destined for more than just a normal life? The thought made him feel both better and worse. Better because perhaps his parents had loved him enough to leave him this inheritance, this legacy of power and responsibility. Worse because it meant that he would never truly be free of the weight of their expectations. He was still thinking about it when sleep finally claimed him, dragging him down into a dreamless darkness that was the first real rest he had gotten since stepping into the wizarding world. But even in sleep, the 12 heartbeats continued their rhythm. And in the shadows of his subconscious, ancient magics began to stir, awakening to the promise of a lord who would change everything. The next morning, Harry woke to find a goblin standing at the foot of his bed. He screamed. "Apologies for startling you, Lord Potter," the goblin said, his voice flat and emotionless. "I am Banker Grestick, and I have been tasked with delivering this correspondence to you." Harry blinked, his heart pounding against his ribs. "Correspondence? What correspondence?" Grestick handed him a sealed envelope, the wax bearing the crest of Gringotts. Harry took it with trembling fingers, breaking the seal with a quick motion. Inside was a letter, written in the same precise script that had graced his Hogwarts letter. "Dear Mr. Potter. It has come to my attention that certain revelations have occurred regarding your legal and magical status. I would like to invite you to a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss these matters and their implications for your future. Please understand that I am not your enemy, Harry. I have always sought to protect you, to guide you toward the destiny that awaits you. These new developments, unexpected as they are, do not change that. I await your response. Yours in magical trust. Albus Dumbledore." Harry stared at the letter for a long moment, his mind racing. Dumbledore had known. He had always known. And yet, he had kept Harry in the dark, allowed him to grow up with the Dursleys, let him believe he was nothing more than a normal boy with a tragic past. He felt a flash of anger, hot and sharp. How dare Dumbledore keep secrets from him? How dare he decide what Harry needed to know and what he didn't? But beneath the anger was something else, a sinking feeling of betrayal. Dumbledore was supposed to be the good wizard, the one who would protect Harry and guide him through the dangerous world he had been born into. If he had been keeping secrets, what else had he been hiding? "Mr. Potter." Grestick's voice cut through his thoughts. "Is there a response you would like me to deliver?" Harry looked at the letter again, then at the goblin. "No," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Tell him I'll come when I'm ready." Grestick nodded, his expression unreadable. "As you wish, Lord Potter. However, I must inform you that the bank has requested you attend a formal recognition ceremony this afternoon. The other lords of the Wizengamot have been notified of your claim, and they wish to assess you for themselves." "The other lords?" Harry's heart sank. "How many of them are there?" 42 in total, Lord Potter. Though your claim to 12 houses makes you the most powerful single lord in the Wizengamot's history." Grestick's voice held a note of something that might have been approval. "Many of them will not be pleased by this development." "Let them be unhappy," Harry said, surprising himself with his own boldness. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't want any of this. But if they're going to come after me, they should know I won't go down without a fight." Grestick smiled, a thin, cold expression that made Harry's blood run cold. "Excellent response, Lord Potter. You will need that fire in the days to come. The noble families of Britain do not take kindly to new players on the field." He bowed slightly. "I will see you at the ceremony this afternoon." The goblin disapparated with a soft pop, leaving Harry alone in the room with his racing thoughts and the 12 steady heartbeats in his chest. The formal recognition ceremony was held in the Great Hall of Gringotts, a vast chamber that Harry hadn't even known existed. It was filled with goblins and wizards, all of them wearing their finest robes and expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed hostility. Harry stood at the center of the room, feeling the weight of their gazes pressing down on him. He had worn the best robes he could afford, simple black ones that Hagrid had helped him pick out from Madame Malkin's, but compared to the silks and velvets worn by the assembled guests, he might as well have been dressed in rags. "Lord Harry James Potter," Ragnarok's voice boomed through the chamber. "Please step forward. Harry did as he was told, his legs trembling despite his best efforts to remain still. He could feel the magic in the room, the power that pulsed from the ancient relics and artifacts that lined the walls. It called to him, sang to him, and the 12 heartbeats in his chest began to beat faster in response. By the authority vested in me as head of Gringotts Bank, I do hereby recognize the bloodline claims of Harry James Potter to the following houses: Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Black, Gaunt, Lefay, Emrys, Merlinshire, Pendragon, and the original House of Potter. The room erupted in whispers. Harry could hear the shock and disbelief in the voices around him, the speculation about how such a thing could be possible. "Silence," Ragnarok commanded, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "The claims have been verified by our most ancient magics. There is no dispute. Harry James Potter is now, and shall remain, the lord of all 12 houses until he chooses to relinquish the titles or is proven unworthy by the ancient trials." Trials? The question came from a wizard in the front row, a tall man with silver hair and a face like cut granite. "What trials?" "The houses do not simply give their power to anyone, Lord Malfoy," Ragnarok said, his voice cool. "They must be earned. Lord Potter will face the trials of the 12 lords, a series of magical challenges that will test his worthiness to inherit the full power of his bloodlines." Harry's heart sank. More trials. He had barely survived the bloodline awakening, and now they wanted him to face 12 more challenges. Should he fail, Ragnarok continued, the houses will revert to their previous status, and Lord Potter will be stripped of all but his original Potter inheritance. Should he succeed? The goblin paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. Should he succeed, he will become the most powerful lord in magical Britain. Possibly the most powerful wizard of the age. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. Harry could see the faces of the assembled guests, the calculations behind their eyes as they assessed the threat he posed to their positions of power. Lord Potter. A voice cut through the noise, and Harry turned to see a man standing in the shadows at the edge of the room. He was tall, impossibly tall, with a long silver beard and blue eyes that twinkled behind half-moon spectacles. "Dumbledore," Harry breathed, and the name was like a spell that silenced the room. "Albus," Ragnarok said, his voice sharp. "You were not invited to this ceremony." "I was not," the old wizard agreed, stepping forward into the light. "But when I heard that young Harry was undergoing such a significant event, I felt it was my duty to be present. As his headmaster, and as his, well, as a friend of the family." Friend of the family. Harry's voice was hard, angrier than he had intended. "Is that what you are, Professor? Because from where I'm standing, it seems like you've kept a lot of secrets from me." Dumbledore's eyes saddened, and for a moment, he looked every one of his 150 years. "I have kept secrets, Harry. I will not deny that. But I have always kept them for your protection, not for my own benefit." "My protection?" Harry laughed, a bitter sound that echoed through the hall. "You left me with the Dursleys for 10 years. You let me grow up thinking I was worthless, that my parents were nothing but drunks who died in a car crash. And now you tell me I'm the lord of 12 ancient houses, and you expect me to be grateful?" The silence that followed was deafening. Harry could see the shock on the faces of the assembled guests, the recognition that this was not a simple boy but a force to be reckoned with. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "I understand your anger. I understand your pain. But I hope you can also understand that I did what I thought was best at the time. The protections I placed on you were necessary. The secrets I kept were necessary. And now, more than ever, you need to trust me." "Trust you?" Harry shook his head. "I don't trust anyone, Professor. Not anymore. I've learned that lesson the hard way." Ragnarok cleared his throat loudly. "This is not the time or place for such discussions. Lord Potter has been recognized by the bank, and the trials will commence in due course. For now, I would ask that everyone present respect the gravity of this occasion and refrain from personal disagreements." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. Of course, Ragnarok. I apologize for the intrusion. He turned to leave, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. Harry, I hope you will speak with me before the trials begin. There are things you need to know, things about your parents, about the prophecy, about the true nature of your inheritance. Harry said nothing, his jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. And as Dumbledore walked away, the 12 heartbeats in Harry's chest began to beat faster, stronger, as if they were trying to tell him something important. Something that he couldn't quite hear, couldn't quite understand. But he knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic or reason, that everything was about to change. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The 12. Ancient Legacies. The private chambers of Gringotts were nothing like the cold, marble halls Harry had first walked through. These rooms were warm, lit by enchanted candles that floated in lazy circles near the ceiling, casting golden light across walls lined with ancient tapestries. Harry sat in a high-backed chair that was far too large for his small frame, his legs dangling over the edge like a child pretending to be a king, while Ragnarok and 2 other goblins arranged a collection of scrolls and books on a massive oak table before him. The formal recognition has been recorded, Ragnarok said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of tradition. The Wizengamot has been notified. But that is merely the beginning, Lord Potter. The true work of understanding your inheritance lies ahead of you. Harry rubbed his eyes, still exhausted from the ceremony and the sleepless night that had preceded it. You said something about vaults. And manors. And libraries. I don't even know where to begin. Beginning is simple, Ragnarok replied, his long fingers tracing a line across one of the scrolls. First, you must understand what you have inherited. The 12 houses are not merely names on a piece of parchment. They are legacies, vast, ancient, and powerful beyond anything the modern wizarding world can comprehend. The elder goblin gestured, and one of the scrolls unrolled itself across the table, revealing a map of Britain covered in markings that glowed with soft magical light. Harry leaned forward, fascinated despite himself. There were dozens of points scattered across the island, each marked with a different symbol, a phoenix, a serpent, a sword, a crown, a tree. Each of these points represents a property belonging to one of your houses, Ragnarok explained. Manors, estates, castles, and, in some cases, entire villages. Some are inhabited, others have been abandoned for centuries. All of them are legally yours. Harry stared at the map, his mind reeling. I own all of this. Approximately 63 properties in total, Lord Potter. Some are small, barely more than cottages. Others are grand enough to house entire armies. And then there are the ancestral seats, the great homes of each house that serve as the heart of their magical power. The goblin reached for another scroll, this one thicker and heavier than the rest. As he unrolled it, Harry saw that it was covered in intricate diagrams, architectural plans that showed buildings of impossible size and complexity. These are your manors, Ragnarok said, pointing to the largest structure on the scroll. Potter Manor, located in the West Country. It has been sealed since the death of your parents, but it remains one of the most heavily protected magical residences in Britain. Then there is Black Manor, in the heart of London, a townhouse of considerable size and darker reputation. Peveril Keep, an ancient fortress on the coast of Wales. The list goes on. Harry felt his head spinning. I can't manage all of this. I'm 11 years old. I've never even lived in a proper house before, and now you're telling me I own castles. You are not expected to manage them alone, Ragnarok said, his voice surprisingly gentle. Each manor has a staff of house elves, goblins, or other magical servants who have maintained the properties in your absence. They will continue to serve you, as they have served your ancestors for generations. He paused, his golden eyes meeting Harry's. But I suspect you will find the libraries more interesting than the properties. Harry's attention snapped to the word. Libraries? Ragnarok smiled, a thin expression that revealed sharp teeth. Indeed, Lord Potter. Each house possesses a library of considerable size and antiquity. The Black Library alone contains over 50,000 volumes, including books on dark magic that have been banned by the Ministry for centuries. The Peveril Library holds the oldest surviving magical texts in Britain, some dating back to the time of the Romans. And the Pendragon Library. He paused, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper. The Pendragon Library contains the personal grimoires of Merlin himself. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Merlin. The Merlin. Merlin was a member of the Pendragon family, Lord Potter. His writings are among the most powerful magical artifacts in existence. They have been sealed for over 1,000 years, waiting for an heir worthy of reading them. Ragnar's eyes glittered. You are that heir. For a long moment, Harry couldn't speak. The weight of what he was being told pressed down on him like a physical force. He had dreamed of magic, dreamed of being special, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. This was history, legacy, power, all of it waiting for him to claim it. I don't know what to do, he admitted finally, his voice small. I don't know how to be any of this. Ragnar nodded slowly, as if he had expected this response. No one expects you to know everything immediately, Lord Potter. The path of a lord is walked step by step. Today, we will begin with the vaults. The physical wealth of your houses. Understanding what you have access to will help you understand what you can achieve. The vault tour took the rest of the morning and most of the afternoon. Harry had thought the Potter vault was impressive, but it was nothing compared to what followed. The goblins took him deeper into the bowels of Gringotts than he had ever imagined possible, past caverns filled with treasures that would have made kings weep with envy. The Black Vault was a fortress within a fortress, protected by curses that made Harry's skin crawl. Inside, he found mountains of gold, silver, and precious gems, but also darker things, books bound in human skin, artifacts that seemed to whisper in languages he couldn't understand, and a collection of magical weapons that glittered with deadly intent. The Blacks were not a gentle family, Ragnar observed, watching Harry's face closely. They were proud, powerful, and deeply connected to the dark arts. Their vault reflects that legacy. Harry nodded, his eyes lingering on a display of daggers that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. Is all of this dark? Evil? Ragnar shook his head. Power is not good or evil, Lord Potter. It is the wielder who determines its nature. The Black family chose darkness, but their magic could serve light just as easily, if wielded by someone with the will to do so. He paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. You have that will. I have seen it in your blood. The Peveril vault was different entirely. It was hidden behind a door that could only be opened by blood magic, and when Harry pressed his finger to the stone, the entire wall melted away to reveal a chamber of impossible beauty. Gold and gems lay scattered across the floor like autumn leaves, but they were not the main attraction. That honor went to the objects displayed on pedestals throughout the vault, artifacts that pulsed with a power Harry could feel in his very soul. The Deathly Hallows, Ragnar said softly, pointing to 3 distinct pedestals. Though only the cloak remains in this vault. The wand and the stone have been lost to history. But other treasures remain. The Ring of Andromeda, which can break any enchantment. The Mirror of Erist, which shows the deepest desires of the heart. The Staff of Merlin, which amplifies magical power 100-fold. Harry walked slowly among the artifacts, his fingers hovering over each one. He could feel them calling to him, ancient magic that recognized the blood in his veins. Is this real? He whispered. All of this? It is as real as you are, Lord Potter, Ragnar replied. And it is all yours. By the time they reached the Gryffindor vault, Harry was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The sheer scale of what he had inherited was staggering, wealth beyond imagining, artifacts of impossible power, and responsibilities that would follow him for the rest of his life. But the Gryffindor vault was different from the others. It was not a treasure chamber but a hall of heroes, its walls lined with portraits of warriors and kings who had carried the Gryffindor name through the centuries. Godric Gryffindor was not just a founder of Hogwarts, Ragnarok explained, gesturing to a portrait of a red-haired man with a lion at his feet. He was also a warrior of legendary skill, a leader who united the magical tribes of Britain against the forces of darkness. His legacy is one of courage, honor, and sacrifice. Harry stared at the portrait, feeling a strange connection to the man who had lived so long ago. What did he leave behind? His sword, for one, Ragnarok said, pointing to a glass case in the center of the hall. The sword of Gryffindor, forged from goblin silver and imbued with the power to absorb that which makes it stronger. It has been wielded by countless heroes throughout history, and now it awaits you. Harry walked to the case, his reflection shimmering in the polished glass. The sword inside was beautiful, its blade gleaming with a silver light that seemed to come from within, its hilt set with rubies that glowed like captured fire. "Can I touch it?" he asked. Ragnarok nodded. "It is yours, Lord Potter. The sword will respond to your blood, as it has responded to all Gryffindor heirs before you." Harry reached for the sword, his fingers trembling with anticipation. The moment his skin touched the hilt, he felt a surge of energy rush through him, a warmth that spread from his hand to his chest, filling him with a sense of courage and purpose he had never experienced before. "You are brave, little lord," the sword whispered, its voice ancient and powerful. "Brave enough to wield me. Brave enough to carry the weight of what you have become." Harry pulled the sword from its case, feeling its weight in his hands. It was lighter than he had expected, perfectly balanced, as if it had been made for him alone. "How do I put it away?" he asked, his voice slightly breathless. "The sword will return to the vault when you are finished with it," Ragnarok said. "Or, if you prefer, you can carry it with you. It will shrink to a manageable size and remain hidden until you need it." As if responding to his thoughts, the sword began to shrink, its blade shortening until it was barely the length of Harry's forearm. He tucked it into his robes, feeling its presence warm against his side. The remaining vaults were equally impressive, each one filled with treasures that spoke to the nature of the house that had accumulated them. The Slytherin vault was dark and cold, its treasures gleaming with a sinister beauty that made Harry's skin crawl. He found crowns and scepters, gems and artifacts, all of them pulsing with a power that felt more like a threat than a promise. Salazar Slytherin was a complex man, Ragnarok observed, watching Harry's reaction carefully. He believed in the purity of magical blood, in the superiority of the magical over the non-magical. His views were not shared by the other founders, and they ultimately drove him from Hogwarts. But his legacy remains, a legacy of ambition, cunning, and an unwavering belief in the power of magic. Harry nodded slowly, his eyes lingering on a necklace of emeralds that seemed to glow with an inner fire. "Is it all dark? The Slytherin magic?" "Not all," Ragnarok admitted. Slytherin was also a master of defensive magic, of warding and protection. His contributions to magical theory are unmatched. But yes, many of his descendants chose to follow a darker path. The choice, however, was always theirs to make. The Ravenclaw vault was filled with books and scrolls, treasures of knowledge that made Harry's heart race with excitement. He had always loved learning, had always craved the knowledge that the Dursleys had denied him. Here, in this vast library of magical texts, he felt more at home than he had anywhere else in the wizarding world. Rowena Ravenclaw was the greatest scholar of her age, Ragnarok said, his voice filled with respect. She believed that knowledge was the highest form of power, that understanding the world was the key to mastering it. Her library contains texts on every subject imaginable, from the simplest potions to the most complex theories of magical physics. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of the books, feeling the magic within them hum against his skin. "Can I read them? All of them?" Ragnarok smiled. "They are yours, Lord Potter. Every word, every secret, every hidden truth. All of it awaits you." The Hufflepuff vault was warm and welcoming, its treasures modest but no less valuable. Harry found tools for farming and gardening, recipes for potions and foods, and a collection of artifacts designed to protect and heal. Helga Hufflepuff was the heart of the founders, Ragnarok explained. She believed that magic was a gift to be shared, that power without compassion was hollow and meaningless. Her legacy is one of loyalty, hard work, and an unshakable belief in the goodness of others. Harry found himself smiling as he walked through the vault, feeling the warmth of the magic that surrounded him. It was gentle magic, nurturing magic, the kind of magic that had been missing from his life for so long. She seemed like a good person, he said softly. She was, Ragnarok agreed. One of the best. And her legacy lives on in you, Lord Potter. In your kindness, your compassion, your refusal to give in to bitterness despite everything you have endured. Harry looked away, his eyes burning with sudden tears. He didn't feel kind or compassionate. He felt angry, lost, overwhelmed. But maybe that was what made the legacy of Hufflepuff so important. It was a reminder that he could be more than his anger, more than his fear. The Emerys and Merlinshire vaults were twin chambers, their treasures united by the legacy of Merlin himself. Harry found ancient grimoires, staffs of office, and a collection of magical artifacts that seemed to hum with an energy that was older than Britain itself. Merlin was the greatest wizard who ever lived, Ragnarok said, his voice thick with reverence. His magic touched every corner of the magical world, his wisdom influenced every nation and kingdom. His descendants, your ancestors, carried on his legacy, using their power to protect and guide the magical world. Harry picked up a scroll that was covered in symbols he didn't understand, feeling the magic within it pulse against his fingers. What is this? A spell of protection, Ragnarok said. One of Merlin's most powerful creations. It can shield an entire kingdom from harm, create barriers that no enemy can breach. It was used by your ancestors to protect their lands during the darkest times of magical history. Can I learn it? Harry asked, his voice filled with longing. Ragnarok smiled. You can learn all of it, Lord Potter. The knowledge of Merlin is yours to claim. But it will not be easy. The magic of the ancients requires dedication, discipline, and a willingness to sacrifice. Are you prepared for that? Harry looked at the scroll, at the symbols that seemed to dance before his eyes, and nodded slowly. I'll do whatever it takes. The Pendragon Vault was the last they visited, and Harry understood immediately why it was special. It was located at the very heart of Gringotts, protected by magic so powerful that even Ragnarok seemed uneasy as they approached. When you enter this vault, the goblin said, his voice grave, you will be entering the presence of Merlin himself. His spirit lingers here, watching, waiting for the heir who will carry on his legacy. Harry felt his heart begin to race. Merlin is here. In a manner of speaking, Ragnarok replied. His physical body has long since passed, but his consciousness, his memories, his knowledge, his very essence, remains bound to this place. He has waited for 1,000 years for someone worthy of his legacy. He has chosen you. The vault door swung open, and Harry stepped inside. The chamber was vast, larger than any he had seen before, its walls covered in glowing runes that pulsed with a rhythm like a heartbeat. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon that pedestal rested a single artifact. It was a staff of black wood, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change as Harry watched. At its top, a crystal of pure white light glowed with an intensity that made his eyes water. Hello, child, a voice said, and Harry spun around to find himself facing a shimmering figure, an old man with a long beard and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Merlin. Harry breathed. The figure smiled. In a manner of speaking. I am a fragment of his consciousness, bound to this staff to guide his successor. And you, Harry Potter, are that successor. I don't understand, Harry said, his voice shaking. Why me? Why any of this? Because you are worthy, Merlin replied simply. Because you have the heart of a Gryffindor, the mind of a Ravenclaw, the ambition of a Slytherin, and the loyalty of a Hufflepuff. Because you carry the blood of the Peverils and the Blacks, of the Emrys and Pendragons. Because you are the fulfillment of a prophecy that has been waiting for 1,000 years. Prophecy. Harry's heart clenched. What prophecy? Merlin's image flickered, as if the effort of speaking was costing him something. A prophecy of the 12 houses, child. A prophecy that spoke of a lord who would unite the ancient lines, who would carry the combined power of the founders into a new age. You are that lord. And your journey has only just begun. Harry emerged from the vaults hours later, his mind reeling with everything he had seen and learned. The weight of his inheritance pressed down on him, heavy and inescapable, but there was something else now, a sense of purpose he had never felt before. You have seen the extent of your inheritance, Ragnarok said, leading him back to the private chambers. Now you must decide how to proceed. The trials await you, Lord Potter. Each one will test you in different ways, and each one will unlock new gifts and abilities. But the choice of when to begin is yours. Harry nodded slowly, his fingers tracing the hilt of the Gryffindor sword hidden in his robes. I want to start as soon as possible. I want to learn everything I can, to be ready for whatever comes next. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed with approval. Excellent. The first trial is already being prepared. It will challenge your courage, your determination, and your ability to face your deepest fears. He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. Are you ready, Lord Potter? Harry took a deep breath, feeling the 12 heartbeats pulse in his chest. I'm ready. That night, Harry sat alone in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, surrounded by books he had brought from the Ravenclaw and Peveril vaults. He had spent hours reading, absorbing as much knowledge as he could, but his mind kept returning to the prophecy Merlin had mentioned. A prophecy of the 12 houses. A prophecy that spoke of a lord who would unite the ancient lines. Was that really his destiny? Could he really be the one to fulfill something that had been waiting for 1,000 years? He thought about his parents, about the sacrifice they had made to save him. He thought about the Dursleys, about the years of neglect and abuse he had endured. He thought about Dumbledore, about the secrets the old wizard had kept from him. And he thought about the future, about Hogwarts, about the friends he might make, about the enemies he would inevitably face. I don't know if I'm strong enough for this, he whispered to the empty room. I don't know if I'm what everyone expects me to be. But even as he said the words, he felt the 12 heartbeats pulse stronger, filling him with warmth and determination. Maybe he wasn't ready. Maybe he would never be ready. But he was going to try. He was going to face whatever came his way, and he was going to prove that he was worthy of everything his ancestors had given him. He was going to be the Lord of the 12 houses. He was going to be everything his parents had hoped he would be. And nothing, not the Ministry, not the Wizengamot, not even Dumbledore himself, was going to stand in his way. The next morning, Harry woke to find a small, ornate box sitting on the table beside his bed. It was made of dark wood, its surface carved with 12 symbols, the same symbols that decorated the map of his properties. Inside the box was a single parchment, written in the same precise hand as the prophecy Merlin had spoken. Lord Potter. The first trial begins at sunset. You will be transported to the proving ground by goblin magic. Come prepared to face your fears, and to discover the strength that lies within you. We await your arrival. The Guardians of the 12 Houses. Harry read the message 3 times, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. The trials were beginning. His journey to becoming the Lord of the 12 Houses was truly underway. He dressed quickly, his fingers fumbling with the clasps of his robes. He had no idea what the trial would involve, no idea what he would face. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was going to succeed. Because he had to. Because the fate of 12 ancient houses, of his parents' legacy, of everything he had ever dreamed of, it all rested on him. And Harry Potter had never been one to give up without a fight. The sun was just beginning to set when Harry felt the goblin magic take hold of him. It was different from apparition, smoother, gentler, like being carried on a wave of silk through an endless ocean. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a vast chamber that seemed to be made entirely of stone. It was circular, its walls covered in runes that glowed with a soft blue light, and at its center stood a single pedestal. On the pedestal was a sword, not the sword of Gryffindor, but something older, darker. It was made of black iron, its blade etched with symbols that made Harry's skin crawl. "Welcome, Lord Potter," a voice echoed through the chamber. "You have entered the proving ground of the Peveril family. Here, you will face the first of 12 trials, the trial of fear." Harry swallowed hard, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of the Gryffindor sword. "What do I have to do?" "Face your fears," the voice replied. "And conquer them." The room began to shift, the walls melting away to reveal something else, a memory, a nightmare, a truth that Harry had buried deep within himself. And there, standing in the shadows at the edge of the chamber, was the Dursleys. But not the Dursleys as they really were. These versions were twisted, monstrous, their faces contorted into expressions of pure hatred. "Freak," they hissed, their voices a chorus of venom. "Worthless, useless freak. You will never be anything. You will never be anyone. You are nothing but a burden, a curse, a mistake." Harry felt his heart begin to race, his palms slick with sweat. The memories of years of abuse flooded back, threatening to overwhelm him. "Stop," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Please stop." "Nothing," the voices repeated, growing louder. "You are nothing. You will always be nothing. Your parents abandoned you. Your family hates you. Everyone who ever loved you died because of you. You are." Silence. The word burst from Harry's lips like a physical blow, and the room fell quiet. He was shaking, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his eyes were blazing with a fury he had never felt before. "I am not nothing," he said, his voice steady despite the trembling of his body. "I am a wizard. I am the heir to 12 ancient houses. I am the son of James and Lily Potter, and they loved me more than anything in the world. I am brave, I am strong, and I will not let anyone, make me feel worthless ever again." The illusions flickered, their faces contorting with rage and confusion. But Harry stood his ground, his hand on the hilt of the Gryffindor sword. "I am Harry James Potter," he declared. "And I am not afraid of you anymore." The illusions shattered, breaking apart like glass, and the chamber fell silent. Harry stood alone in the middle of the room, his breath coming in deep, shuddering gasps. "You have passed the first trial," the voice said, its tone respectful. "The blood of the Peverils recognizes you as their lord. Your inheritance grows stronger, Lord Potter. Continue on this path, and you will become more powerful than you ever imagined." Harry collapsed to his knees, exhaustion washing over him in waves. But despite the fatigue, despite the fear and pain and anger that still churned in his chest, he felt something new, something he had never felt before. Pride. Pride in himself. Pride in his heritage. Pride in the strength he had found within himself. The first trial was over. 11 more lay ahead. And Harry Potter was ready for every single one of them. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Trials of the 12 Lords. The chamber had transformed again. Where moments before had been the haunting echoes of the Dursleys' cruelty, now stood a vast hall of impossible architecture. Pillars of obsidian rose toward a ceiling that seemed to stretch into infinity, their surfaces carved with scenes of battle and triumph. At the far end of the hall, a throne of black stone waited, empty and patient, as if it had been waiting for Harry for 1,000 years. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his legs still trembling from the trial of fear. The exhaustion was bone deep, but something else was beginning to stir within him, a warmth that spread from his chest to his limbs, filling him with renewed strength. He looked down at his hands and saw faint runes glowing beneath his skin, fading as quickly as they had appeared. "Well done, young lord. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the obsidian pillars like the whisper of ancient wind. Harry spun around, searching for its source, but the hall was empty save for himself and the waiting throne. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice bouncing off the stone walls. "Show yourself." A figure materialized from the shadows, tall, regal, draped in robes of deepest green that seemed to absorb the light around them. His face was lined with age, but his eyes were sharp, burning with the intensity of a man who had seen centuries pass. A crown of silver thorns rested on his brow, and in his hand, he carried a staff of twisted black wood. "I am Lord Arcturus Black," the figure said, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "Guardian of the Black family legacy, and the second trial you must face." Harry swallowed hard, his hand instinctively moving to the hilt of the Gryffindor sword. But something held him back, a strange sense of recognition, as if he had known this man in another life. "You're one of my ancestors," Harry said slowly. "The Blacks. The family I inherited." "Indeed." Arcturus stepped closer, his eyes scanning Harry with an intensity that made him want to shrink away. "The Black family has produced some of the most powerful wizards in British history, and some of the darkest. Our magic is not gentle, young Potter. It is fierce, demanding, and utterly unforgiving of weakness." "I'm not weak," Harry said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I've proven that." "Have you?" Arcturus raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "The trial of fear was merely the beginning. It tested your ability to face your past, to reject the lies that have been fed to you since childhood. But the Black trial is different. It tests your ambition, your cunning, your willingness to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" The ancient wizard raised his staff, and the hall began to shift. The obsidian pillars melted away, replaced by a vast chamber filled with treasures beyond imagination, mountains of gold, chests overflowing with gems, artifacts of power that pulsed with a seductive glow. "Ambition," Arcturus said, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The Black family has always valued ambition above all else. We believe that power must be seized, not given. That the strong have the right to rule, and the weak have the duty to serve. Show me your ambition, young lord. Show me your hunger for what is rightfully yours." Harry looked at the treasures around him, felt their pull on his heart. He had grown up with nothing, had slept in a cupboard and worn rags while his cousin had been showered with gifts. The thought of wealth, of power, of never being hungry or cold or afraid again, it was intoxicating. But even as the desire rose within him, something else pushed back. A memory. A voice. His mother's voice, gentle and firm, speaking words he had never heard but somehow knew. Asterisk power without compassion is hollow. Wealth without purpose is empty. Remember who you are, Harry. Remember what truly matters, asterisk. "No," Harry said, the word escaping his lips before he could stop it. "This isn't what I want." Arcturus's eyes narrowed. "You reject wealth? You reject power? The Black family would never." "I reject the need to prove myself through greed," Harry interrupted, his voice growing stronger. "I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't want to be the lord of 12 houses or the heir to ancient legacies. All I ever wanted was to be normal, to have a family who loved me, to go to school and learn magic and make friends." He met Arcturus's gaze, his eyes blazing. "But since I can't have any of that, since I have to be this lord everyone keeps talking about, then I'll do it my way. I'll use my power to protect people, not to control them. I'll be ambitious, but I'll be ambitious. For the right reasons." The treasures around him began to shimmer, their seductive glow fading to reveal their true nature, illusions, tricks of the light, designed to test his resolve. Arcturus studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his ancient face. "Excellent," he said softly. "The Black trial is not about greed, young Potter. It is about knowing what you truly desire, and refusing to let lesser temptations distract you from that goal. He bowed his head slightly. You have passed. The magic of the Black family recognizes you as its lord. The chamber dissolved, and Harry found himself standing once again in the obsidian hall. But something was different now. The runes on his skin were brighter, pulsing with a new energy that made his blood sing. 2 trials down, he murmured, feeling a surge of confidence. 10 to go. The 3rd trial came without warning. One moment Harry was standing in the obsidian hall, the next he was falling, plummeting through darkness so complete that he couldn't tell which way was up. He screamed, his voice swallowed by the void, his arms flailing uselessly as he tumbled through nothing. Then, with a jarring impact, he landed on solid ground. He was in a forest, ancient and dense, its trees stretching toward a sky that seemed perpetually twilight. The air was thick with magic, heavy and ancient, and Harry could feel eyes watching him from the shadows. The trial of the hunt, a voice announced, deep and resonant. The ravens of Ravenclaw demand more than mere intelligence. They demand cunning, resourcefulness, and the ability to thrive when all seems lost. Harry pushed himself to his feet, his heart pounding. What do I have to do? Survive, the voice replied. The forest will test you. The creatures within will hunt you. You must find your way to the heart of the wood, where the final challenge awaits. Before Harry could respond, a howl echoed through the trees, a sound so primal, so terrifying, that it made his blood run cold. Something was coming, something fast, and it wasn't friendly. He ran. The forest blurred past him as he crashed through the undergrowth, branches clawing at his robes, roots trying to trip him. Behind him, he could hear the sound of pursuit, heavy, rhythmic, growing closer with every passing second. He didn't look back. He couldn't afford to. All he could do was run, push forward, keep moving no matter what. The howls grew louder, and Harry could hear other sounds now, the snap of jaws, the growl of something hungry and relentless. He risked a glance over his shoulder and saw them, wolves, but not ordinary wolves. These creatures were made of shadow, their bodies flickering like candle flames, their eyes burning with crimson fire. Stupid, 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 Harry muttered, ducking under a low-hanging branch. Why couldn't the Ravenclaw trial be about books? He burst into a clearing and skidded to a halt. Before him stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to house a small cottage. Carved into its bark was a door, and on that door was a riddle. I have cities but no houses, forests but no trees, and water but no fish. What am I? Harry stared at the riddle, his mind racing. The wolves were closing in, their howls growing louder, their claws scraping against the earth. Think, Harry, think, he muttered, his fingers tracing the letters carved into the wood. Cities but no houses, forests but no trees, water but no fish. A map. The answer was a map. A map, he shouted, and as the word left his lips, the door swung open. He dove through it, slamming it shut behind him just as the first wolf lunged. The creature crashed against the wood, snarling and scratching, but the door held. Harry collapsed against the other side, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was in a chamber now, warm, comfortable, filled with books and scrolls and the gentle glow of enchanted candles. Impressive, the Ravenclaw guardian said, stepping out of the shadows. She was a woman of impossible beauty, her hair silver as moonlight, her eyes holding the wisdom of ages. You solved the riddle under pressure, with death at your heels. That is the mark of a true Ravenclaw. Harry managed a weak smile. I didn't have much choice. It was either solve it or become wolf food. The guardian laughed, a sound like wind chimes. Indeed. And that is what makes your victory so satisfying. Intelligence is not measured by what you know, but by what you can do with what you know. She bowed her head. The magic of Ravenclaw recognizes you, Lord Potter. The chamber dissolved, and Harry felt himself rising, his body floating gently upward until he was once again standing in the obsidian hall. 3 trials down. 9 to go. He was beginning to feel the weight of them now, the accumulated exhaustion of facing challenge after challenge. But he pushed it aside, focusing on the warmth in his chest, the growing power of his inheritance. Next, he said, his voice firm despite his weariness. Bring on the next trial. The 4th trial was the trial of loyalty, and it tested Harry in ways he hadn't expected. He found himself in a village, surrounded by people he had never met but somehow knew, witches and wizards who looked at him with hope and fear in equal measure. They were under attack, their homes burning, their families screaming. "Save us, Lord Potter," they cried. "Only you can save us." But there were too many threats, too many enemies, and Harry couldn't save everyone. He had to choose. He had to decide who lived and who died. "This is the trial of Hufflepuff," a voice whispered in his ear. Helga believed in loyalty, in sacrifice, in the willingness to give everything for those you love. But she also understood that leadership means making impossible choices. "Show me that you can choose, Lord Potter. Show me that you can bear the weight of that choice." Harry looked at the village. At the terrified faces of the people who were begging him to save them. He felt the weight of their lives pressing down on him, crushing him, and he wanted to scream. "I can't do this," he whispered. "I can't decide who lives and who dies." "Then you fail," the voice replied. "And everyone dies." "No." Harry's voice was fierce, determined. "No, I won't accept that. There has to be another way." He looked again at the village, studying the pattern of the attack. The enemies were everywhere, but they were concentrated in certain areas, the center of the village, the main square, the temple at the heart of the community. And there, in the middle of it all, was a single figure, a woman, her arms raised to the heavens, her magic flowing outward in waves of golden light. "What is she doing?" Harry asked. "She is trying to protect the village," the voice replied. "But her magic is not strong enough. She needs help." Harry understood then. The trial wasn't about choosing who lived and who died. It was about finding a way to save everyone. He ran toward the woman, his heart pounding with purpose. The enemies swarmed around him, but Harry ignored them, focusing on the golden light that pulsed from the woman's hands. "Let me help you," he said, reaching out to touch her shoulder. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt a surge of power, not his own, but hers, flowing through him and into the shield she was creating. The golden light flared, expanding outward, pushing back the enemies, protecting the village. Harry poured everything he had into the spell, drawing on the magic that pulsed in his blood, in his heart, in his very soul. The 12 heartbeats in his chest beat as one, and for a moment, Harry felt like he was more than just himself, he was the embodiment of every ancestor who had ever carried the weight of these houses. The shield held. The village was saved. And Harry collapsed to his knees, utterly spent, as the village dissolved around him. "You passed," the Hufflepuff guardian said, appearing before him. She was a woman of simple beauty, her face warm and kind, her eyes filled with approval. "You didn't choose who lived and who died. You found a way to save everyone. That is the true mark of Hufflepuff." Harry managed a weak smile. "Is that what Helga would have wanted?" "Helga would have been proud," the guardian replied. "The magic of Hufflepuff recognizes you, Lord Potter." The 5th trial was the trial of ambition, but it was different from the Black trial. This one was for Slytherin, and it tested Harry's ability to see beyond the surface, to understand that power could be wielded for good or ill. He was taken to a great hall, filled with wizards and witches in elaborate robes. They argued and schemed, their words filled with plots and counterplots. And at the center of it all was a single figure, a young man with silver blonde hair and cold gray eyes. "Draco Malfoy," Harry breathed, recognizing the boy from his brief visit to Madame Malkin's. But this Draco was different. Older, more powerful, and utterly ruthless. He was manipulating everyone in the room, turning them against each other, using their weaknesses to advance his own position. "See how ambition can corrupt," the Slytherin guardian said, appearing beside Harry. "This is the dark side of our house, the willingness to sacrifice anyone and anything for power." Harry watched as Draco's schemes unfolded, saw the pain and suffering he caused. "What am I supposed to do?" "Show me that you understand the difference," the guardian replied. "Show me that you can use ambition for something greater than yourself." Harry stepped forward, into the room. He could feel the weight of the Slytherin magic pressing down on him, trying to corrupt him, to make him see the appeal of Draco's methods. But Harry resisted. He thought of his parents, of the friends he had yet to make, of the world he wanted to protect. And he spoke. "Ambition is not evil," he said. His voice ringing through the hall. "Power is not evil. What matters is how you use them. Draco Malfoy uses his power to hurt people, to control people, to make himself feel important. But that's not true ambition. True ambition is using your power to make the world better, to protect the innocent, to fight for what's right, to leave a legacy that your descendants can be proud of." The room fell silent. Draco's schemes unraveled, his victims seeing the truth of his manipulation. And Harry stood in the center of it all, his head held high. "Ambition without compassion is meaningless," he concluded. "Power without purpose is hollow. That is the lesson of Slytherin, and that is the lesson I will never forget." The hall dissolved, and Harry found himself once again in the obsidian chamber. The Slytherin guardian was smiling, his face filled with approval. "Salazar would have hated you," he said. "And that, Lord Potter, is the highest compliment I can give you. The magic of Slytherin recognizes you." The sixth trial was the trial of sacrifice, and it was the hardest yet. Harry found himself in a hospital, surrounded by the dying. They reached out to him with trembling hands, their eyes filled with desperate hope. And in the corner of the room, a figure lay motionless, a woman with red hair, her face peaceful in death. "Lily," Harry breathed, his heart shattering. "Mom. To save her, you must sacrifice something precious," a voice whispered. "Something you cannot afford to lose." Harry looked around the room, searching for what he was supposed to sacrifice. But there was nothing, only the dying, only the dead, only the weight of his own grief. "What do I have to give?" he asked, his voice cracking with pain. "Everything," the voice replied. "Or nothing. The choice is yours." Harry looked at his mother's face, at the peacefulness of her death. He had never known her, had only ever seen her in dreams and photographs. But he loved her. He loved her with every fiber of his being. And he knew, in that moment, what he had to do. "I won't sacrifice anyone," he said. "I won't sacrifice anything. I will find another way." "There is no other way," the voice insisted. "This is a test of sacrifice, Lord Potter. You must prove that you are willing to give up everything for the people you love." "No," Harry said, his voice firm. "Sacrificing yourself is one thing. Sacrificing someone else, something else, is another. The people I love would never want me to lose myself to save them. They would want me to keep going, to keep fighting, to find a way that doesn't require me to become something I'm not." The room began to dissolve, the dying patients fading into nothing. And Lily Potter's face smiled at him, her eyes filled with pride. "You passed," the Peveril guardian said, appearing before him. "The trial of sacrifice is not about proving your willingness to lose everything. It is about proving that you will never lose yourself. The magic of the Peverils recognizes you, Lord Potter." The seventh trial was the trial of wisdom, and it required Harry to navigate a labyrinth of impossible complexity. The walls shifted and changed, presenting him with puzzles and riddles that seemed to have no solutions. But Harry kept going, kept thinking, kept pushing forward even when every instinct told him to give up. At the center of the labyrinth, he found a mirror, the same mirror he had seen in the vault of the Peverils. The mirror of Erist. You see what you desire most, the guardian of the trial said. But desire is not wisdom. True wisdom is knowing that what you desire may not be what you need. Harry looked into the mirror and saw himself, not as he was, but as he could be. A man, powerful and respected, surrounded by friends and family, a world at peace because of his efforts. It's a beautiful dream, Harry admitted. But it's just a dream. The real challenge is making that dream a reality. Exactly, the guardian replied. Wisdom is understanding the difference between desire and reality, and having the courage to pursue the latter. The magic of Ravenclaw and Emery's recognizes you, Lord Potter. The 8th trial was the trial of leadership, and Harry was placed in command of an army. The soldiers looked to him with hope and fear, their lives depending on his decisions. And in the distance, a dark army approached, intent on destroying everything in its path. What do I do? Harry asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Lead, the guardian replied. That is all you can do. Lead, and hope that your decisions are the right ones. Harry stood at the front of his army, watching the enemy approach. He could feel the weight of his soldiers' lives pressing down on him, and he wanted to run, to hide, to escape from the responsibility that had been thrust upon him. But he didn't. He stood his ground, lifted his sword, and gave the command. Charge! The battle was fierce, bloody, and brutal. Harry fought alongside his soldiers, his blade flashing in the dim light. He was wounded, battered, and exhausted, but he never stopped fighting. And in the end, they won. The enemy was defeated, the world was saved, and Harry collapsed to his knees in the aftermath. You passed, the guardian said, his voice filled with approval. You led with courage and compassion, never asking your soldiers to do anything you weren't willing to do yourself. The magic of Gryffindor and Pendragon recognizes you, Lord Potter. The 9th trial was the trial of knowledge, and Harry spent what felt like days in a vast library, reading texts that spanned the history of magic. By the end of it, his eyes were burning, his head throbbing, but his mind was filled with more knowledge than he had ever imagined possible. The 10th trial was the trial of endurance, and Harry was subjected to conditions that would have broken most adults: extreme heat, freezing cold, relentless physical challenges. He pushed through the pain. His body screaming in protest, his will the only thing keeping him going. The 11th trial was the trial of courage, and Harry faced his greatest fear, not the Dursleys, not Voldemort, but himself. He looked into a mirror and saw the man he could become, the man he was afraid of becoming, bitter, cruel, consumed by his own power. This is who you are, the man in the mirror said. This is who you will always be. No, Harry replied, his voice steady. This is who I could become. But I will never let that happen. I will always choose to be better. The man in the mirror shattered, and Harry emerged from the trial stronger than ever. The 12th trial was the trial of unity. Harry was placed in a room with 12 guardians, each representing one of the houses he had inherited. They surrounded him, their eyes watching him with an intensity that made his skin prickle. To pass the final trial, the Peverell guardian said, you must prove that you can unite our houses, that you can carry the weight of 12 legacies without losing yourself in the process. How? Harry asked. How do I prove that? By showing us who you are, the Black Guardian replied. Not what you have become, but what you have always been. Harry closed his eyes, thinking about his journey. He had faced his fears, rejected the temptation of power, sacrificed without losing himself, led with courage and compassion. He had proven himself a Gryffindor, a Ravenclaw, a Slytherin, a Hufflepuff. He had embraced the legacies of the Peverells, the Blacks, the Emerys, the Pendragons. But most importantly, he had never forgotten who he was. I am Harry Potter, he said, opening his eyes. I am the son of James and Lily. I am the heir to 12 ancient houses. I am brave, loyal, intelligent, and ambitious. But above all, I am kind. I am compassionate. I am willing to fight for what's right, even when it's hard. That is who I am. That is who I have always been. And that is who I will always be. The guardians looked at him, their faces unreadable. Then, one by one, they began to bow. The magic of the 12 houses recognizes you, they said in unison. You are our Lord. You are our heir. You are the one who will unite us and carry our legacies into the future. Harry felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. The 12 heartbeats in his chest merged into one, a single, powerful pulse that filled his entire being with strength and purpose. He had done it. He had passed all 12 trials. He was officially the Lord of the 12 houses. When Harry opened his eyes, he was back in the private chambers of Gringotts, surrounded by the goblins who had witnessed his journey. It is done, Ragnarok said, his voice filled with awe. You have completed the trials of the 12 lords. The magic of all 12 houses now recognizes you as their true heir. You are, without question, the most powerful lord in British magical history. Harry looked at his hands, seeing the faint glow of the runes that had been etched into his skin. He could feel the power flowing through him, 12 different streams of magic, each one unique, each one powerful, all of them united within his soul. What happens now? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ragnarok smiled, a genuine smile that softened the sharp lines of his face. Now, Lord Potter, you prepare for Hogwarts. The world is about to meet you, not as the boy who lived, but as the Lord of the 12 houses. Harry nodded slowly, feeling the weight of that truth settle on his shoulders. But it wasn't a heavy weight. It wasn't a burden. It was a promise. And Harry Potter was ready to fulfill it. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Hogwarts meets the young lord. The morning of September 1st dawned grey and cool, the kind of morning that promised autumn was just around the corner. Harry stood at the window of his room at the Leaky Cauldron, watching the early risers of Diagon Alley begin their day. He had been here for 3 weeks now, 3 weeks of intensive preparation that had transformed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The goblins had been relentless in their training. Every day, Harry had been subjected to lessons in etiquette, politics, history, and magic. He had learned how to address the various noble families, how to navigate the treacherous waters of Wisengamot politics, and how to wield the power of his 12 houses with precision and control. But more than that, he had learned about himself. The trials had stripped away the layers of self-doubt and insecurity that the Dursleys had built around him, revealing the core of who he truly was. He was brave, determined, compassionate, and fiercely protective of those he loved. He was a Gryffindor, a Ravenclaw, a Slytherin, and a Hufflepuff all at once, and he carried the best qualities of each house within him. His appearance had changed as well. The malnutrition and neglect of his childhood had been replaced by a healthy glow, his frame filling out as the goblin healers worked their magic. His hair was still a wild mess of black, but it had a certain quality to it now, a shimmer that caught the light in strange ways. And his eyes, his mother's eyes, seemed to hold a depth of wisdom that went far beyond his 11 years. He was dressed in robes of deep green, the color of the Slytherin house that flowed through his blood. Over them, he wore a cloak of midnight black, its fabric shimmering with the subtle patterns of the Black family crest. On his finger was a ring, the signet ring of the Peverils, a band of silver set with a stone that seemed to contain a galaxy of stars. The goblins had insisted he wear it, claiming that the ancient magic of the Peverils would protect him from harm. The Gryffindor sword was still hidden in his robes, shrunk to the size of a letter opener but ready to expand at his command. The staff of Merlin, the one he had found in the Pendragon vault, rested in a specially enchanted pocket, its power humming against his hip like a second heartbeat. "Ready, Lord Potter." Ragnarok's voice came from behind him. The goblin had personally come to escort him to King's Cross, a sign of respect that Harry had learned to appreciate. "Ready," Harry replied, turning away from the window. "Though I'm not sure Hogwarts is ready for me." Ragnarok's thin lips curved into a smile. It has been a very long time since the wizarding world witnessed a lord like you, Lord Potter. I suspect Hogwarts will be surprised. The journey to King's Cross was uneventful, but Harry could feel the eyes of the wizarding world upon him as he walked through the bustling station. He had learned to read the subtle signs of recognition, the gasps, the whispers, the fingers pointing in his direction. The magical world was a small one, and news of Harry's inheritance had spread like wildfire through the halls of power. He walked with his head held high, his spine straight, his eyes fixed on the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The magical folk parted before him, clearing a path as if he were royalty, which, he supposed, in a way he was. The barrier shimmered as he approached, and Harry stepped through without hesitation. On the other side, the Hogwarts Express waited, its scarlet steam engine billowing white clouds into the morning air. The platform was a riot of color and sound, students and parents and luggage and owls all swirling together in a chaotic dance of excitement. Harry paused for a moment, taking it all in. This was it. This was the moment he had been dreaming of since the first letter had arrived. He was going to Hogwarts. But he wasn't the same boy who had received that letter. He was something else now, something more. Lord Potter. The voice came from a cluster of robed officials who were standing near the train's entrance. Harry recognized the silver badges on their chests, the signs of ministry authority. He had been briefed about this, had been told that the ministry would want to greet him, to assess him, to determine whether he was a threat or an ally. Lord Potter, the lead official repeated, stepping forward. He was a thin man with a pinched face and eyes that darted nervously. I am Aldridge Pye, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. We are honored by your presence. The ministry wishes to extend its warmest welcome, and to offer any assistance you may require. Harry inclined his head, remembering the lessons the goblins had drilled into him. I appreciate the ministry's welcome, Undersecretary Pye. I trust that our relationship will be mutually beneficial. It was a diplomatic answer, neither too friendly nor too hostile. Harry could see the calculations running behind Pye's eyes, the weighing of possibilities. The ministry didn't know what to make of him, and that was exactly how Harry wanted it. We have prepared a private compartment for you, Lord Potter, Pye continued, gesturing toward the train. The headmaster has also sent word that he would like to meet with you upon your arrival. Harry felt a flash of something, anger. Anticipation. It was hard to tell. Dumbledore had been conspicuously absent since the ceremony at Gringotts, and Harry still hadn't decided how he felt about the old wizard's secrets and manipulations. Thank you, he said simply. I will consider the headmaster's invitation. Pye's eyes widened slightly at the dismissal, but he knew better than to argue. Of course, Lord Potter. We wouldn't dream of presuming upon your time. Harry moved past the ministry officials, his steps measured and confident. He could feel the weight of their gazes on his back, could hear the whispers that followed in his wake. The platform had gone quiet as the word spread, Harry Potter was here. The boy who lived. The Lord of the 12 Houses. The most powerful young wizard in British history. The Hogwarts Express was everything Harry had imagined and more. The compartments were plush and comfortable, the corridors lined with students in their robes and uniforms. As he made his way to the private compartment the ministry had prepared, Harry caught glimpses of the faces around him, curiosity, awe, fear, jealousy. His compartment was at the very end of the train, a luxurious space that could easily have held a dozen students. Harry sat down on the velvet seat, feeling the weight of the day pressing down on him. He was still processing everything that had happened in the past few weeks. The trials, the vaults, the training, it all felt like a dream, a surreal journey that had transformed him from a frightened orphan into something he barely recognized. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Harry looked up, expecting to see a ministry official or perhaps a professor come to offer their respects. Instead, he found a girl about his age with bushy brown hair and a nervous expression. She was clutching a book to her chest like a shield, her eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and determination. Hello, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. I'm Hermione Granger. I saw the ministry officials and I. She paused, seeming to gather her courage. I wanted to introduce myself. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Harry nodded slowly. Yes. Please, come in. Hermione stepped into the compartment, her eyes taking in the luxurious surroundings. I've read about you, of course. In the books my parents bought me. The boy who lived, the one who defeated he who must not be named. But the books don't say anything about. She trailed off, gesturing vaguely at Harry. About all of this. About the 12 houses? Harry guessed. You really are the Lord of 12 noble houses? Hermione's eyes were practically shining with intellectual curiosity. I've been doing research, and the number 12 is significant in magical history. There are 12 uses of dragon's blood, 12 seats on the Wizengamot, and 12 trials, 12 houses. 12 heartbeats, Harry interrupted, a small smile playing at his lips. Yes, I'm aware. Hermione blushed. Sorry. I get carried away sometimes. It's just. I've never met anyone like you before. And I've never been around magic before at all, really. My parents are both dentists, you see. Muggle. And I've been reading every book I could get my hands on, trying to prepare, but nothing I've read mentioned anything like what's happened with you. Harry studied her for a moment. She was nervous, excited, and utterly genuine. There was no calculation in her eyes, no hidden agenda. She was just a girl who loved learning, who wanted to understand the world around her. He found himself liking her. Would you like to sit down? He offered. I'm still trying to figure all of this out myself, and I could use someone to talk to who's not a goblin or a ministry official. Hermione's face lit up. Really? I'd love that. She settled into the seat across from him, her book still clutched in her hands. So, what's it like? Having 12 houses, I mean. It must be overwhelming. It is, Harry admitted. One day I was just, normal. I was living with my aunt and uncle, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. And the next, I find out I'm a wizard, and then I find out I'm the heir to 12 ancient houses, and then, he stopped, suddenly aware that he was rambling. Sorry. I didn't mean to unload all of that. No, it's okay. Hermione's voice was gentle, understanding. I think I understand, a little. I've always been different too. My parents think I'm strange, always reading, always asking questions. They wanted to send me to a normal school, but I got my letter and. She trailed off, shrugging. It's nice to meet someone else who knows what it's like. To be different, I mean. Harry smiled. It is. I think we're going to be friends, Hermione. Friends? Hermione's eyes widened. I've never really had friends before. I mean, I've had acquaintances. But not real friends. Neither have I, Harry admitted. So we can figure it out together. The two of them sat in companionable silence for a moment, the train rattling along the tracks as the countryside blurred past the window. Would you like to see the books I brought? Hermione offered, holding out her collection. I have Hogwarts, a history, which is fascinating, and magical theory and practice, which is a bit dry but very informative, and. Later, Harry interrupted gently. For now, I think I just want to enjoy the ride. Hermione nodded, understanding. Of course. Sorry. I just get excited. There's nothing wrong with being excited, Harry said. I'm excited too. Scared, but excited. Me too, Hermione admitted. I'm scared I won't fit in, that everyone will think I'm weird. I've read all the books, but I don't know any of the spells yet. I've never even held a real wand before. I'm sure you'll be brilliant, Harry said confidently. You're clearly smart, and you care about learning. That's half the battle. Hermione smiled, a genuine, radiant smile. Thank you, Harry. That means a lot. The compartment door opened again, and this time, a boy poked his head in. He was round-faced and slightly pudgy, his expression a mixture of fear and excitement. "Excuse me," he said, his voice trembling slightly. The boy on the train said this was Harry Potter's compartment. Are you? I'm Harry, Harry confirmed. Would you like to come in? The boy's face lit up with relief. Oh, thank goodness. I'm Neville Longbottom. I've been looking for a place to sit, but everywhere is full, and the people I was with were talking about things I didn't understand. He stepped into the compartment, his eyes wide as he took in the luxurious surroundings. This is really nice. I've never been in such a nice compartment before. Usually, I'm lucky if I find a seat at all. Please, sit down, Hermione offered, gesturing to the seat next to her. I'm Hermione Granger. You're Neville. Like the Neville Longbottom? Neville's cheeks flushed. You've heard of me. I mean, I know my parents were famous, but I didn't think anyone would know who I was. The Longbottom family is an old and noble house, Hermione said, reciting from something she'd clearly read. Though not as old or noble as Harry's, of course. But still quite respected. Don't worry about that, Harry said quickly, seeing Neville's discomfort. I'm not interested in whose house is more important. I just want to make friends. Friends? Neville looked surprised. You'd want to be friends with me? Of course, Harry said. Why wouldn't I? Because I'm... Neville hesitated. I'm not very good at magic. My grandmother is always telling me I'm not good enough, that I don't live up to the Longbottom name. And I have a tendency to fall and drop things and get in trouble. That doesn't matter, Harry insisted. I wasn't very good at magic when I first found out I was a wizard. I didn't even know I was a wizard until a few weeks ago. And Hermione's never done magic at all before. We're all in the same boat. Neville looked at Harry, something like hope flickering in his eyes. Really? You really think that? I know it, Harry said firmly. We're going to be the best friends Hogwarts has ever seen. The three of us, together. Hermione nodded enthusiastically, and Neville smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile that made his whole face light up. I'd like that, he said softly. I'd really like that. The rest of the train ride was a revelation for Harry. He had never had friends before, never experienced the simple pleasure of sharing secrets and stories with people his own age. Hermione was brilliant and endlessly curious, her thirst for knowledge matched only by her loyalty to those she considered friends. Neville was kind and gentle, his insecurities masking a core of inner strength that Harry could sense beneath the surface. They talked about everything and nothing, their families, their fears, their hopes for Hogwarts. Harry found himself opening up in ways he hadn't expected, sharing stories about his life with the Dursleys that made Hermione's eyes fill with righteous fury and Neville's face crumple with sympathy. And they made you sleep in a cupboard? Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper. For 10 years. 11, Harry corrected. But it's okay. I'm out now, and I'm never going back. You shouldn't have to, Neville said firmly. No one should have to go through that. My grandmother is strict, but she would never do that. Your grandmother sounds like she cares about you, Harry said diplomatically. Maybe she just doesn't know how to show it. Neville nodded slowly. Maybe. I never thought of it that way. As the train began to slow, the three of them gathered their belongings and prepared to disembark. Harry felt a thrill of anticipation as the castle came into view, a magnificent structure of towers and turrets, its windows glowing with warm light against the gathering dusk. Welcome to Hogwarts, he breathed. It's even more beautiful than I imagined, Hermione said, her voice filled with wonder. More beautiful than my grandmother described, Neville agreed. She said it was incredible, but I didn't expect this. The three of them joined the throng of students disembarking from the train, following the crowd toward the waiting boats that would carry them across the lake. Harry noticed that the older students were watching him, whispering among themselves. He tried to ignore them, focusing instead on the castle that grew larger with each passing moment. "Hagrid," he called out, spotting the familiar figure at the edge of the lake. "Hagrid, over here." The giant's face split into a grin as he spotted Harry. "Harry! There ya are." He lumbered over, enveloping Harry in a hug that nearly crushed him. "I was so worried about ya, lad. After everything that happened at Gringotts, I didn't know if you'd be alright." "I'm fine, Hagrid," Harry said, pulling back with a smile. "Better than fine, actually. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for Hogwarts." Hagrid nodded, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I know ya are, lad. I've always known ya were special. And now everyone else is gonna know it too." The boats glided across the lake, their passage smooth and silent. Harry sat in the front, staring up at the castle that seemed to grow larger with every stroke of the oars. The windows glowed like warm eyes, beckoning him home. "Harry." Hermione's voice was soft, almost reverent. I think this is going to be the best night of our lives." "I know it is," Harry replied. "I've been waiting for this my whole life." The boats pulled into a small harbor, and the students disembarked, following Hagrid up a winding path to a great oak door. The door swung open to reveal a vast entrance hall, its walls lined with torches that cast dancing shadows across the stone floor. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Hagrid announced, his voice booming through the hall. "In a few minutes, you'll be sorted into your houses. But first, Lord Potter." The voice cut through the air like a blade, and Harry felt the crowd of students part around him. A woman was approaching, tall and imposing, her robes of emerald green sweeping across the stone floor. Her black hair was pulled back in a severe bun, and her eyes, dark and sharp, seemed to see right through him. "Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said, his voice suddenly cautious. "I was just about to." "The headmaster wishes to see Lord Potter immediately," McGonagall interrupted, her voice carrying the unmistakable authority of someone who was used to being obeyed. "The sorting can wait. This matter is urgent." Harry felt his heart skip a beat. Dumbledore wanted to see him. Now. Before the sorting, before anything. "I'll come," he said, stepping forward. "Hermione, Neville, I'll find you later." "Okay. Are you sure?" Hermione's eyes were filled with concern. "We can wait." "No," Harry said firmly. "I need to handle this. Go to the sorting. I'll be there as soon as I can." Hermione and Neville exchanged a look, then nodded reluctantly. "Be careful," Neville whispered as Harry passed. Harry followed McGonagall through the castle, his steps echoing in the empty corridors. He could feel her eyes on him, assessing him, trying to determine what kind of lord he would be. "Professor McGonagall," he said, breaking the silence. "What does the headmaster want to see me about?" "The headmaster has many concerns, Lord Potter," she replied, her voice carefully neutral. "Your situation has caused quite a stir in the wizarding world. There are questions that need to be answered, fears that need to be addressed." "Fears?" Harry frowned. "What fears?" "Fears that a child, even a powerful one, could be a threat to the stability of magical Britain." McGonagall stopped in front of a stone gargoyle. "Fears that the boy who was once a symbol of hope could become something else entirely." The gargoyle moved aside, revealing a spiraling staircase. Harry took a deep breath and stepped onto the first step. "I'm not a threat to anyone," he said quietly. "I just want to be normal. I just want to go to school and make friends. The world does not always care what we want, Lord Potter." McGonagall's voice was surprisingly gentle. "The world only cares about what we become." The headmaster's office was everything Harry had imagined and more. The walls were lined with portraits of past headmasters, all of whom seemed to be watching him with keen interest. The great desk was covered in silver instruments that whirred and spun, emitting clouds of smoke that formed strange shapes. And at the center of it all sat Albus Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling above his half-moon spectacles. "Harry," the old wizard said, rising to his feet. "I'm so glad you came." "I didn't have much choice," Harry replied, his voice cool. "Your professor made it quite clear that this meeting was mandatory." Dumbledore's expression flickered, a brief flash of something that might have been regret. "I'm sorry if it seemed that way. I wanted to see you before the sorting, before the pressures of Hogwarts made it difficult to have a private conversation." "Then why didn't you just send me an owl? Why all the secrecy?" Harry's voice was sharper than he'd intended, but he couldn't help it. The old wounds were still raw, the sense of betrayal still fresh. "The information I need to share with you is not the kind that can be written in a letter," Dumbledore said gently. "Please, Harry. Sit down." Harry hesitated, then took a seat across from the headmaster. The portraits whispered among themselves, their voices like wine through dry leaves. "I know you're angry with me," Dumbledore began. "And you have every right to be. I kept secrets from you, Harry. I made decisions about your life without your input. For that, I am truly sorry." "Sorry?" Harry laughed, a bitter sound. "You left me with the Dursleys for 10 years. You let me think I was worthless. You let me believe my parents died for nothing. And now you're telling me I'm the Lord of 12 Houses, and you expect me to just forgive you?" "No," Dumbledore said quietly. "I don't expect forgiveness. I only ask for understanding. The protections I placed on you were necessary, Harry. The Dursleys, for all their faults, were the only family you had. Their home was the safest place for you, shielded from the dark forces that sought to find you." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Harry demanded. "Why didn't you warn me about what I was inheriting? Why didn't you prepare me?" "Because I didn't know," Dumbledore admitted. "I knew there was potential in your bloodlines, but I had no idea that all 12 houses would awaken at once. The magic of the blood inheritance test is ancient and unpredictable. I thought you would inherit the Peverell legacy, perhaps the Potter legacy, but never all of them. So you didn't plan this?" Harry's voice was skeptical. "You didn't orchestrate everything to make me the Lord of the 12 Houses?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I have made many mistakes in my life, Harry, but I would never have orchestrated something like this. The power you now hold is unprecedented. It carries great potential, and great danger. I wanted to protect you from that danger. I wanted to give you a normal childhood, a chance to grow up without the weight of the world on your shoulders." "It's too late for that," Harry said softly. "The weight is already there. I've already accepted it. I've already passed the trials." "I know," Dumbledore said. "I spoke with Ragnarok. He informed me that you completed the trials of the 12 Lords with remarkable success. You have proven yourself worthy of your inheritance, Harry. That is no small achievement. Then why does it feel like you're trying to take it away from me?" Harry asked, the question coming from somewhere deep inside. "Why does it feel like you're scared of what I've become?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with centuries of wisdom. "I am not scared of you, Harry. I am scared for you. The power you now wield will make you a target for forces far more dangerous than the Dursleys, far more cunning than the Ministry, far more powerful than anyone you have ever faced. Voldemort will seek to claim your inheritance. The dark families will scheme to destroy you. And the light families will try to use you for their own purposes. So what do you want me to do?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want me to be?" "I want you to be yourself," Dumbledore said simply. "I want you to find your own path, to make your own choices, to become the person you were always meant to be. I do not want to control you, Harry. I want to guide you. I want to help you navigate the treacherous waters that lie ahead. Harry studied the old wizard's face, searching for any sign of deception. But all he saw was sincerity, and something else, something that looked almost like grief. I don't know if I can trust you, Harry admitted. After everything that's happened, I don't know if I can believe anything you say. That's fair, Dumbledore said. Trust must be earned, not demanded. I will spend the rest of my life earning your trust, Harry, if that's what it takes. Then start by telling me the truth, Harry said. Tell me everything. No more secrets, no more manipulations. I want to know about the prophecy, about my parents, about everything. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. It's time you knew the truth. The truth was more complicated than Harry had ever imagined. He learned about the prophecy that had foretold his birth, the prophecy that had marked him as Voldemort's equal. He learned about his parents' sacrifice, about the ancient magic that had protected him from the killing curse. He learned about the war that had ravaged the wizarding world, about the friends and allies who had fought and died to stop the darkness. And he learned about himself. The prophecy does not mean you are destined to defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore said carefully. It simply means that you have the power to do so. The choice is yours, Harry. It has always been yours. So I could just walk away? Harry asked. I could choose to ignore the prophecy, to let someone else fight Voldemort. You could, Dumbledore agreed. But you won't. Because that's not who you are. Harry smiled, a grim, determined smile. No. It's not. I'm going to fight him. I'm going to protect the people I love, the people who can't protect themselves. That's what I'm going to do. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. That's exactly what I expected you to say. You have the heart of a true Gryffindor, Harry. But you also have the cunning of a Slytherin. The wisdom of a Ravenclaw, and the loyalty of a Hufflepuff. You are the best of all four houses. And that is why you will succeed. The sorting ceremony was already in full swing when Harry entered the Great Hall. He could feel the weight of 100 eyes upon him as he walked down the aisle, could hear the whispers that followed in his wake. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The Lord of the 12 Houses. He kept his head high, his step steady, as he approached the staff table. Professor McGonagall was holding the sorting hat, her expression unreadable. Ah, Lord Potter, she said, her voice carrying through the hall. We've been waiting for you. If you would please step forward. Harry did as he was told, settling onto the stool that had been placed in front of the assembled students. McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head, and Harry felt the ancient artifact settle against his scalp like a familiar weight. Ah, the hat whispered, its voice echoing in his mind. Harry Potter. I've been expecting you. Or should I say, the Lord of the 12 Houses. I don't care about that, Harry thought back. Just sort me. Bold, the hat chuckled. But wise. You are not like the others, Harry. You carry the legacy of all four founders in your blood. Where should I place you? Put me where I belong, Harry replied. Wherever that is. Very well, the hat said. Gryffindor. The table on the far right erupted in cheers as Harry rose from the stool, making his way toward the red and gold banner. He could see Hermione and Neville at the table, their faces alight with joy. You're in Gryffindor. Hermione exclaimed as he sat down. Just like you said you'd be. I didn't say I'd be in Gryffindor, Harry replied, a small smile playing at his lips. I just said I'd be where I belong. Well, it seems you were right, Neville said, his smile matching Harry's. Welcome to the best house in Hogwarts. Harry looked around. The table, at the faces of his new housemates, at the warm glow of the enchanted ceiling, at the welcoming arms of his new home. For the first time in his life, he felt like he truly belonged. But even as the joy of the moment washed over him, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of something watching him, something calculating, something waiting in the shadows. The 12 heartbeats in his chest pulsed a warning, and Harry knew that the challenges ahead would be even greater than the ones he had already faced. But for now, he was at Hogwarts. He was with his friends. And he was exactly where he was meant to be. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, A Lord Without Allies. The first week at Hogwarts was a blur of new experiences, new faces, and new challenges. Harry found himself navigating a world that was simultaneously familiar and utterly foreign. He had read about the castle in books, had dreamed about it in the dark of his cupboard, but nothing could have prepared him for the reality of living within its ancient walls. The Gryffindor common room was warm and welcoming, a circular space filled with squashy armchairs and crackling fires. Harry had quickly claimed a corner near the window, a spot that gave him a view of the grounds and, more importantly, a clear line of sight to every entrance. Old habits died hard, and the instinct to watch for threats was not something the Dursleys had trained out of him. If anything, they had trained it in. He sat there now, a heavy tome from the Ravenclaw vault open on his lap, his eyes scanning the text without truly seeing it. The book was an ancient treatise on warding, its pages filled with diagrams and runes that would have made his head spin a few weeks ago. Now, they were almost second nature. The goblins had been thorough in their training, and Harry had always been a quick study. Harry? He looked up to find Hermione approaching, her face flushed with excitement. She was clutching a piece of parchment, her eyes bright with the thrill of discovery. The book I borrowed from the library, Harry, it mentioned something called the Potter Family Charter. I think it might be connected to your inheritance. Do you know anything about it? Harry shook his head. I've never heard of it. What does it say? It's old, Hermione said, settling into the chair across from him. Really old. I've been cross-referencing with the texts you brought from your vaults, and I think it might have something to do with the founding of Hogwarts itself. The Potters were connected to the founders in ways that aren't widely known. Connected how? Harry asked, his interest piqued. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hermione spread the parchment across the table between them. But it's written in a language I don't recognize. I think it might be an early form of Old English, or maybe something even older. I was hoping you might be able to read it. Harry studied the parchment, his eyes tracing the faded script. The words seemed to shimmer, dancing at the edges of his vision. And then, as if by magic, quite literally, the meaning began to reveal itself. Asterisk, by the ancient compact, the blood of the Potter shall stand as witness to the covenant between the houses. When the heir of 12 lines rises, the old bonds shall be renewed, asterisk. I can read it, Harry said slowly, his voice filled with wonder. It's like the words are speaking to me. Of course they are, Hermione said, her expression shifting from excitement to concern. You're the heir. The magic recognizes you. But Harry, I think this charter has implications you need to understand. It says that the old bonds shall be renewed, but not all the houses represented in the charter are still stable. What do you mean? Some of them have fallen into dark hands, Hermione said carefully. The Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Knots, they're all connected to the old houses, and they're not going to just accept your inheritance without a fight. Harry nodded slowly, a cold knot forming in his stomach. He had known this was coming, the goblins had warned him, the books had hinted at it, but hearing it from Hermione made it feel suddenly, terrifyingly real. I know, he said quietly. I'm ready for them. I have to be. The warning came the very next day. Harry had just finished his morning classes, his mind still swimming with the intricacies of transfiguration, when a student he didn't recognize approached him in the corridor. The boy was tall and pale, with hair that gleamed like spun silver and eyes the color of a winter sky. You're Potter, the boy said, his voice carrying an unmistakable sneer. The one who thinks he's a lord. Harry stopped, turning to face the stranger. I don't think I'm a lord. I am a lord. The goblins of Gringotts confirmed it, and the Wizengamot has been notified. He kept his voice calm, but there was steel beneath the words. Who are you? Draco Malfoy. The boy's smirk widened. You may have heard of my father, Lucius Malfoy. He's been a prominent figure in magical Britain for many years. He's also been working to ensure that imposters don't claim titles that don't belong to them. Harry felt his blood run cold. So this was the Malfoy heir, the son of the man who had been named in the charter Hermione had found. Your father can work as hard as he likes, Harry replied, his voice flat. It won't change the truth. The blood tests were confirmed. The trials were passed. The houses recognized me as their lord. If your father has a problem with that, he can take it up with the goblins. Draco's smirk faltered slightly, replaced by a flash of genuine anger. You're an upstart, Potter. A half-blood who got lucky. The noble families of Britain will never accept you as one of their own. I didn't ask for their acceptance, Harry said, stepping closer. I didn't ask for any of this. But since it's been given to me, I'm not going to let anyone take it away. Not your father. Not the ministry, not anyone. You'll regret those words, Draco hissed, his face flushing with color. When my father is done with you, you'll wish you'd never set foot in the wizarding world. Is that a threat, Malfoy? Harry's eyes narrowed. Because I've been threatened by people far more powerful than you, and I'm still standing. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but whatever he was about to say was cut off by the arrival of Professor McGonagall. The Transfiguration Professor's eyes swept over the scene, her expression unreadable. Mr. Malfoy, she said, her voice clipped. I trust you are not harassing Lord Potter. Of course not, Professor, Draco said, his voice immediately shifting to deference. I was just welcoming him to Hogwarts. Your welcome seems to have been rather intense, McGonagall observed. I suggest you confine your future greetings to a simple hello. Now, off to your next class. Draco shot Harry one last glare before striding away, his robes billowing behind him. Harry watched him go, his heart pounding with a mixture of anger and apprehension. Lord Potter, McGonagall said, her voice softer now. I hope you are aware that Mr. Malfoy's behavior is not representative of Hogwarts as a whole. The faculty will not tolerate discrimination or bullying, regardless of the status of those involved. I know, Professor, Harry said. I'm not worried about Draco Malfoy. I'm worried about the people behind him. McGonagall's eyes flickered with something that might have been approval. That is a wise concern. The political situation in Britain is complex, and there are those who will seek to use your position for their own ends. But you are not without allies, Lord Potter. Remember that. I'll try to remember, Harry said, managing a small smile. Thank you, Professor. That evening, Harry found himself in the library, surrounded by a mountain of books that Hermione had deemed essential reading. He had been at it for hours. His eyes burning with exhaustion, but he couldn't stop, couldn't afford to stop. The Malfoys had made their position clear, and Harry knew they wouldn't be the only ones. The noble families of Britain were a tangled web of alliances and rivalries, and his sudden rise to power had threatened the delicate balance that had existed for centuries. Harry. Neville's voice came from the shadows, soft and hesitant. Are you okay? Hermione said you'd been in here for hours. Harry looked up, blinking to clear his vision. I'm fine, Neville. Just doing some research. Research on what? Neville asked, settling into the chair across from him. Maybe I can help. Harry hesitated. He didn't want to burden Neville with his problems, but the truth was that he could use all the help he could get. I'm trying to understand the political structure of the Wizengamot. Who's allied with who's likely to oppose me, who might be open to negotiation. Neville's face brightened. Actually, I might be able to help with that. My grandmother is on the Wisengamot, and she talks about it all the time. She says the current system is corrupt, that too many families are more concerned with their own interests than with the good of magical Britain. Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman, Harry said. She is, Neville agreed. She's also very powerful. If you could get her on your side, it might help. A lot of the older families respect her. Harry filed that information away, a plan beginning to form in his mind. Would you be able to arrange a meeting? I'd like to speak with her. Not as a boy asking for help, but as a lord asking for cooperation. Neville nodded slowly. I can try. But Harry, you should know, my grandmother is not easily impressed. She's going to want to see proof of your worthiness before she agrees to anything. I understand, Harry said. I'm not looking for easy. I'm just looking for a chance. The meeting with Augusta Longbottom was arranged for the following weekend. Harry spent the intervening days preparing, studying the histories of the noble families, memorizing the names and faces of the Wisengamot members, practicing the diplomatic language the goblins had drilled into him. He was nervous, more nervous than he had been during the trials, in some ways, but he was also determined. This was what he had been training for. This was the first step in building the alliances he would need to survive. The meeting took place in a small sitting room near the headmaster's office, a neutral ground that Dumbledore had graciously offered. Harry arrived early, dressed in his finest robes, deep blue, the color of the Peveril house, with the signet ring on his finger and the Gryffindor sword hidden in his robes. Augusta Longbottom arrived exactly on time, her presence filling the room the moment she stepped through the door. She was a formidable woman, tall and broad-shouldered, with a face that seemed carved from granite and eyes that missed nothing. Lord Potter, she said, her voice crisp and commanding. I have heard a great deal about you. I hope it was all good, Harry replied, offering a small smile. Some of it was. Augusta took a seat across from him, her posture impeccable. The rest was concerning. Do you have any idea what you've done, young man? The chaos you've unleashed on the wizarding world? I didn't unleash anything, Harry said, keeping his voice calm. I simply inherited what was already there. The 12 houses were dormant, but they were never dead. I just happened to be the one who woke them up. And you think that makes you worthy of leading them? Augusta's eyes were sharp, probing. You, a child who has barely entered the magical world. I don't think it makes me worthy, Harry replied. But I'm willing to work to prove that I am. The trials I passed, the knowledge I've gained, none of it came easily. And I know it's just the beginning. Augusta studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, she began to nod. Good, she said. I was worried you would be arrogant. Most young lords are. They think their titles make them powerful, that their inheritance guarantees their success. But you seem to understand that power must be earned. I grew up with nothing, Harry said quietly. I know how easily things can be taken away. Augusta's eyes flickered with something that might have been sympathy. I heard about your aunt and uncle. The Dursleys, aren't they? A more miserable family I've never encountered. You know them? Harry asked, surprised. I know of them, Augusta corrected. And I know what they did to you. It's a disgrace that Dumbledore allowed it to continue for so long. If I had known, I would have. She stopped abruptly, her jaw tightening. But that's in the past. The question is, what are you going to do with your future? Harry took a deep breath. I want to rebuild the noble houses. Not as they were, not as centers of political power and blood supremacy, but as they were meant to be. Protectors of magical Britain. Guardians of the old magic. I want to give everyone a chance, regardless of their blood status, to prove themselves worthy of the wizarding world. Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly. That's ambitious. Many of the old families will oppose you. I know, Harry said. But I'm hoping that some of them will see reason. That's why I asked to meet with you. You're respected, you're powerful, and you have influence. If you could support me, even quietly, it would make a difference. Augusta leaned back in her chair, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. And what would you offer me in return? What would my support cost? Nothing, Harry said simply. I'm not looking to buy allies. I'm looking to build relationships based on trust and mutual respect. If you help me, it's because you believe in what I'm trying to do. Not because I've promised you anything. Augusta was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than Harry had heard it before. You remind me of someone, Lord Potter. Someone I knew a long time ago. He was also young, also idealistic, also determined to change the world. She paused, her eyes distant. He died before he could accomplish his goals. But I think you might have a better chance. Who was he? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. His name was James, Augusta said quietly. James Potter. Your father. Harry felt his heart stop. My father? You knew my father? I knew him well, Augusta said. He was a good man, Lord Potter. A bit reckless, perhaps, but good. He believed in fighting for what was right, even when it was hard. He would have been proud of what you're trying to do. Harry felt tears pricking at the corners of his eyes, but he blinked them away. Thank you, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That means more than you know. Augusta nodded, rising to her feet. I'll support you, Lord Potter. Not because of what you can offer me, but because I believe you're worth supporting. And because I promised James the First would look after you if anything happened to him. I don't understand, Harry said, his mind reeling. You promised my father. When? Before he died, Augusta said softly. He knew the risks he was taking. He knew that Voldemort was hunting him and your mother. He asked me to watch over you, to protect you if I could. I failed in that promise, I didn't know where you were, or what Dumbledore had planned for you. But I intend to make up for it now. Harry stood, his legs trembling slightly. Thank you, Madame Longbottom. I don't know what to say. Say you'll be careful, Augusta said, her voice firm. Say you'll take care of yourself. The path you're walking is dangerous, Lord Potter. There are people who will stop at nothing to destroy you. Promise me you'll be ready for them. I promise, Harry said. I'll be ready. The days that followed were a whirlwind of political maneuvering. Augusta Longbottom's support had opened doors that had previously been closed to Harry. Meetings with other noble families followed, each one a delicate dance of negotiation and diplomacy. Some were open to Harry's vision of a reformed wizarding Britain. Others were hostile, their opposition fueled by fear and resentment. Harry handled each meeting with the grace and intelligence the goblins had taught him. He listened more than he spoke, learning the intricacies of the political landscape, identifying potential allies and enemies. He built relationships slowly, carefully, earning trust through actions rather than words. But it wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough. The Malfoys and their allies were gathering strength, their opposition to his inheritance growing more vocal with each passing day. The Wizengamot was divided, and Harry found himself at the center of a storm he had never asked to be part of. Harry, you need to see this. Hermione's voice was urgent as she burst into the Gryffindor common room, a copy of the Daily Prophet clutched in her hands. Harry looked up from his book, his heart sinking at the expression on her face. What is it? The Wizengamot, Hermione said, her voice shaking. There's been a motion filed to challenge your inheritance. A formal challenge. They're claiming that the goblin blood tests were invalid, that the trials were rigged, that you're not truly the heir to any of the houses. Harry felt his blood run cold. Who filed it? Lucius Malfoy, Hermione said bitterly. And a dozen other families who want to see you discredited. They're calling for an emergency session of the Wisengamot to review your claims. If they succeed, you could lose everything. Harry took the newspaper, his eyes scanning the headline, Potter's claims under investigation, Lord Lucius Malfoy leads challenge to boy who lives inheritance. He read the article quickly, his anger building with every word. The accusations were vicious and unfounded. Designed to paint Harry as a fraud and a threat to the stability of magical Britain. They're trying to destroy you, Hermione said, her voice filled with righteous fury. We have to do something. We will, Harry said, his voice cold and steady. But not the way they expect. The emergency session of the Wisengamot was held 3 days later. Harry arrived at the Ministry of Magic with his head held high, flanked by his friends and allies. Neville was at his side, his grandmother's influence lending weight to Harry's presence. Hermione had insisted on coming, her knowledge of magical law proving invaluable in the days of preparation. And even Ron Weasley, who Harry had befriended in the past weeks, had come to offer his support. I can't believe they're doing this, Ron muttered as they walked through the atrium. It's obvious you're the rightful lord. The goblins don't make mistakes. They're not claiming the goblins made a mistake, Hermione said quietly. They're claiming the goblins were manipulated. That Harry's blood was somehow altered to give him access to houses he doesn't truly belong to. That's ridiculous, Ron said. No one can alter blood magic that old. They're hoping the Wisengamot won't know that, Harry said. Or that they'll be too intimidated by the Malfoys to care. The Wisengamot chamber was vast and imposing, its walls lined with the faces of hundreds of wizards who had shaped magical law over the centuries. The seats were arranged in a great circle, each one occupied by a member of the Wisengamot, some friendly, some hostile, all watching Harry with keen interest. Lucius Malfoy sat in a prominent position, his silver-blonde hair gleaming under the enchanted light. His face was a mask of cold superiority, but Harry could see the calculation behind his eyes, the weighing of possibilities. Lord Potter, the chief warlock said, his voice carrying through the chamber. You have been summoned to answer the charges brought against you by Lord Lucius Malfoy and his allies. Do you understand the nature of these charges? I do, Harry said, his voice steady. I understand them, and I reject them completely. Bold words for a fraud, Lucius Malfoy said, rising to his feet. The Wisengamot has been presented with evidence that your blood tests were falsified, that the trials you supposedly passed were nothing more than elaborate illusions designed to deceive the magical community. You are not the heir to 12 houses, Lord Potter. You are simply a lucky boy who stumbled into a position he does not deserve. Let's see that evidence, Harry said, his voice carrying an edge of steel. Show me the proof that the goblins of Gringotts were manipulated. Show me that the ancient magic of the houses was somehow fooled into recognizing an unworthy heir. The chamber fell silent. Harry could see the uncertainty on the faces of the Wisengamot members, the doubt that was beginning to creep into their expressions. The evidence is. Lucius faltered, his composure cracking slightly. The evidence is not yet fully prepared. But we have witnesses. Witnesses who are paid to say whatever you want them to say. Harry interrupted. Or witnesses who have actually seen the blood tests, who have witnessed the trials, who can confirm the truth of my inheritance. Lucius's face flushed with anger. You dare to question the integrity of the Wisengamot? I dare to question the integrity of anyone who would try to strip me of what is rightfully mine, Harry replied. The goblins of Gringotts have confirmed my inheritance. The ancient magic of the 12 houses has recognized me as their lord. And I have passed the trials of the 12 lords, each one a test of courage, wisdom, loyalty, and worth. I have nothing to hide, and I have nothing to prove. If the Wisengamot wants to investigate my claims, they are welcome to do so. But I will not stand here and be accused of fraud without evidence to support those accusations. The chamber erupted in murmurs, the Wisengamot members debating among themselves. Harry stood his ground, his eyes locked on Lucius Malfoy's face, daring him to respond. The motion to challenge Lord Potter's inheritance, the chief warlock announced, is hereby postponed pending further investigation. Lord Malfoy is directed to provide the evidence he claims to possess within 30 days. If he cannot do so, the challenge will be dismissed. Lucius's face went pale, his composure finally breaking. This is an outrage. I will not be. The motion is postponed, the chief warlock repeated, his voice cold. You will obey the decision of this chamber, Lord Malfoy, or you will face the consequences. The walk back to the Fleur network was a blur of congratulations and warnings. Harry barely registered the words of his friends, his mind still replaying the confrontation with Lucius Malfoy. You did it, Harry, Hermione said, her voice filled with relief. You actually did it. I bought us time, Harry corrected. The challenge isn't dismissed. It's just postponed. We have 30 days to prepare, to gather evidence, to build our case. 30 days is more than we had before, Neville pointed out. And we have allies now. My grandmother, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms. We're not alone anymore. We're not alone, Harry agreed. But we're not safe either. The Malfoys aren't going to give up. They're going to keep coming, keep challenging me, keep trying to take what's mine. Then we'll stop them, Ron said firmly. We'll show them that they can't push us around. Harry smiled, a small, determined smile. Yeah. We will. That night, Harry lay in his bed, staring at the canopy above him. The 12 heartbeats in his chest pulsed steady and strong, a constant reminder of the legacy he carried. He had won this battle. But the war was far from over. The Malfoys would regroup. The other families would circle. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was waiting. Watching, planning his return. Harry had no illusions about the challenges ahead. He knew he was walking a dangerous path, one that would test him in ways he couldn't yet imagine. But he also knew that he wasn't walking it alone. He had his friends. He had his allies. And he had the power of 12 ancient houses burning in his blood. The Malfoys might try to destroy him. The Ministry might try to control him. The Dark Lord might try to claim him. But Harry Potter would not be broken. He would not be bent. And he would never, ever give up. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Secrets Hidden Within the Family Vaults. The morning sun cast pale golden light through the windows of the Gryffindor common room as Harry sat hunched over an ancient parchment, his eyes tracing the faded runes with growing fascination. 3 weeks had passed since the Wizengamot confrontation, and the 30-day deadline loomed ever closer. The Malfoy challenge was still pending, and Harry knew that Lucius would not rest until he had found a way to discredit him. But Harry had been busy too. The goblins had granted him unlimited access to all 12 family vaults, and he had spent every spare moment exploring their depths. The books he had discovered in the first few days had been remarkable, but they were nothing compared to what he was finding now. Harry, you've been down here for hours. Hermione's voice echoed through the Peveril vault, her footsteps soft on the ancient stone floor. Ron and Neville are worried about you. They think you've been possessed by a library ghost. Harry looked up, blinking to clear his vision. I'm fine, Hermione. I just found something incredible. Incredible how? Hermione asked, settling onto the floor beside him. Show me. Harry gestured to the parchment spread across his lap. It's a genealogy chart. But it's not just names and dates. It's a record of magical contracts, alliances, and betrayals. Hermione leaned forward, her eyes scanning. The faded script. This is Old English. Very Old English. I can't read most of it. You're not supposed to, Harry said. It's written in a language that responds to blood magic. I can read it because it's attuned to my bloodline. But I think. He paused, his finger tracing a particular line. I think Dumbledore can read it too. Dumbledore? Hermione's voice sharpened with interest. Why would Dumbledore be connected to the Peverell bloodline? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Harry pointed to a series of symbols near the bottom of the chart. These are contracts, Hermione. Magical contracts that bind the signatories together. And look, he indicated a symbol that glowed faintly under his touch. This is Dumbledore's mark. He's connected to at least 3 of the houses I inherited. Hermione's eyes widened. That would mean Dumbledore has some kind of claim on your inheritance. Or at least a vested interest in it. Exactly, Harry said grimly. And that's not all. There are other contracts here, contracts I don't recognize. I think some of them involve the Ministry. Can you trace them? Hermione asked. Can you find out who signed them and what they agreed to? Harry shook his head. Not yet. The magic is too old, too layered. But I'm getting closer. Every time I read a new book, every time I find a new document, the picture gets a little clearer. He paused, his voice dropping. I think my parents knew about this, Hermione. I think they were trying to expose something before they died. The days that followed were a whirlwind of discovery and revelation. Harry found himself spending more and more time in the vaults, his obsession with uncovering the truth consuming him. He barely slept, barely ate, his mind constantly churning with the implications of what he was learning. The Peverell Vault was the richest source of information. It contained contracts dating back to the founding of Hogwarts, agreements that bound the great families together. In ways that had been forgotten by history. Some of these agreements were benign, alliances of mutual protection, marriages that strengthened the magical community. But others were darker, far darker. There's a contract here, Harry said one evening, his voice hoarse from hours of reading. It involves the Ministry, the Malfoys, and the Potters. Ron looked up from the chess game he was playing with Neville. The Potters? But you said the Potter family was one of the 12 houses. They were, Harry said. But they were also bound by this contract. It's from the 1700s, during the time of the Muggle witch hunts. The Ministry agreed to protect magical families from persecution, but only if those families agreed to certain conditions. What kind of conditions? Neville asked, his voice cautious. Conditions that involved controlling the flow of magical knowledge, Harry said grimly. Limiting who could learn magic, who could hold positions of power, who could marry into the great families. It was the beginning of the blood purity movement. Hermione's face went pale. Harry, that's terrible. It means the Ministry was complicit in creating the system that led to Voldemort's rise. It means the Ministry has been hiding secrets for centuries, Harry said. Secrets that could destroy the entire structure of magical Britain. And now I have proof of all of it. The morning of the 26th day brought a discovery that changed everything. Harry was in the Black Vault, searching through a collection of documents that had been sealed for generations. He had found them hidden behind a magical lock that had taken him 3 days to crack, and his heart was pounding with anticipation as he unrolled the first scroll. It was a contract, ancient, powerful, and damning. I found something, he said, his voice trembling with emotion. Something big. Hermione appeared at his side instantly, her eyes scanning the scroll. What is it? What does it say? Harry took a deep breath. It's a contract between the Ministry, the Malfoys, and several other families. It's from the 1800s, during the time of the first major blood purity campaigns. And it's signed by Dumbledore. Hermione's face went white. That's impossible. Dumbledore wasn't alive in the 1800s. He wasn't even born until the 1880s. The signature isn't Dumbledore's, Harry said slowly. It's someone else's. Someone with the same name. Albus. Percival. Wulfric. Brian. Dumbledore. He looked up, his eyes meeting Hermione's. It's Dumbledore's grandfather. Dumbledore's grandfather was involved in the blood purity movement. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. But Dumbledore has always been a champion of Muggle-born rights. He's fought against discrimination his whole life. I know, Harry said. But this contract, it's binding, Hermione. It's not just a document. It's magical law. And Dumbledore is bound by it. His family is bound by it. If someone were to expose this, if the details of this contract were made public. Harry, you have to be careful. Hermione's voice was urgent. This isn't just about the Malfoys anymore. This is about Dumbledore, about the Ministry, about the entire structure of magical government. If you expose this too quickly, you could destroy everything. I know, Harry said quietly. That's why I'm not going to expose it. Not yet. I need to understand what I'm dealing with first. I need to know who else is involved, what the full extent of this conspiracy is. That night, Harry sat alone in his room, the scroll spread across his desk. He had read it a dozen times, memorizing every word, every symbol, every magical signature. But the more he read, the more questions he had. Who else had signed this contract? What had they agreed to? And what had they done to maintain the secrets it contained? He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear the door open. It was only when a soft voice spoke that he looked up. Harry? It was Neville. His friend's face was pale, his eyes shadowed with worry. Are you okay? Neville asked, stepping into the room. Hermione told me you found something. She said it might be dangerous. Harry sighed, running a hand through his already messy hair. It might be. I'm not sure yet. But I need to keep it quiet, Neville. If anyone finds out what I've discovered. I won't tell anyone, Neville said quickly. You can trust me, Harry. I swear. Harry looked at his friend, at the sincerity in his eyes. Neville had always been loyal, always been supportive. He deserved to know the truth. Sit down, Harry said, gesturing to the chair across from him. There's something I need to show you. Neville sat, his eyes widening as Harry spread the scroll across the desk. What is this? A contract, Harry said. A magical contract from the 1800s. It involves the Ministry, the Malfoys, the Blacks, and the Dumbledores. Neville's face went pale. Dumbledore? But he's his grandfather, Harry said. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore I. He signed this contract, binding his family to the blood purity movement. And if what I'm reading is true. He paused, his voice dropping to a whisper. If what I'm reading is true, then Dumbledore himself is bound by it. He can't speak against the Ministry's policies without breaking the magical law. But that's impossible, Neville said. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in the world. No contract could bind him. This isn't just any contract, Harry said. It's blood magic, Neville. The oldest and most powerful kind. Once you sign it, you're bound for life. And your descendants are bound too, until the contract is fulfilled or broken. How do you break it? Neville asked. Harry shook his head. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. But I think my parents were trying to break it. I think they discovered what the Ministry was hiding, and they were trying to expose it before they died. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Harry could see the fear in Neville's eyes, the same fear that was churning in his own chest. Harry, Neville said slowly. If this is true, if the Ministry and the Malfoys and the Blacks and the Dumbledores are all bound by this contract, then everything we thought we knew about the wizarding world is wrong. I know, Harry said softly. And I don't know what to do about it. The next day, Harry returned to the Peveril vault, determined to find answers. He had been avoiding the deeper chambers, the ones that seemed to pulse with a darkness that made his skin crawl. But now, with the weight of the contract pressing on his mind, he knew he had no choice. He walked through the ancient corridors, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The torches on the walls flickered with an eerie blue light, casting dancing shadows across the stone. The final chamber was hidden behind a door that Harry had to use the Gryffindor sword to open. As it swung open, he felt a wave of magic wash over him, old, powerful, and strangely familiar. The chamber was dominated by a single object, a book. It rested on a pedestal in the center of the room, its cover made of something that looked like leather but felt like velvet. Harry approached it slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. "Don't touch it." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, old and young, male and female. Harry spun around, his hand instinctively going to the sword at his hip. "Who's there? Show yourself." A figure materialized from the shadows, a woman, ancient and beautiful, with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Her robes were the color of moonlight, and her hair flowed around her like silver water. "I am Morgan Le Fay," the woman said, her voice like the whisper of wind through leaves. "Guardian of the secrets of the Peveril bloodline. And you, Harry Potter, are the first of your generation. To find this chamber." "Morgan Le Fay." Harry's voice cracked with disbelief. "But you're a legend." "Legends are often true, young lord," Morgan said, a faint smile playing at her lips. "Especially the ones that have been kept hidden for centuries." "Hidden?" Harry's mind was racing. "What do you mean? Hidden by who?" "Hidden by those who fear the truth," Morgan said. "The book you see before you contains the true history of the magical world, the alliances, the betrayals, the secrets that have been buried for generations. It is the only complete record of the founding of magical Britain." Harry looked at the book, his fingers itching to touch it. "Why has it been hidden?" "Because the truth is dangerous," Morgan said. "The truth exposes the lies that have sustained the power of the noble families for centuries. The truth reveals the blood purity movement for what it truly is, a system of control, designed to keep the masses ignorant and the powerful in their positions." "Then why show it to me?" Harry asked. "Why now?" Morgan's eyes met his, and there was something ancient and powerful in their depths. "Because you are the one who can change it, Harry Potter. You carry the blood of the 12 houses, the legacy of the founders, the promise of a new beginning. But to fulfill that promise, you must first understand the truth." Harry stepped forward, his hand reaching toward the book. Morgan made no move to stop him. "Are you sure you're ready for what you'll find?" she asked softly. "I've been ready my whole life," Harry replied. "I just didn't know it." The book was called The True History of the Magical World, and it was unlike anything Harry had ever encountered. It wasn't a book in the traditional sense, it was more like a living archive, its pages shifting and changing as he read, revealing new information with every passing moment. The writing was in a language Harry didn't recognize, but he could understand it perfectly, as if the words were speaking directly to his soul. He learned about the founding of the Ministry of Magic, the alliances that had been formed between the noble families, the contracts that had been signed to maintain their power. He learned about the blood purity movement, its origins in the Muggle witch hunts, its evolution into a system of discrimination and oppression. He learned about the Dumbledores. The family had been among the first to sign the blood purity contracts, their influence growing as they rose to positions of power within the ministry. Albus Dumbledore I had been the architect of the most restrictive contract, the one that bound the ministry to maintain the blood purity laws under threat of magical sanction. "He was a powerful wizard," Harry murmured, his eyes scanning the page. "And a deeply ambitious one. He saw the blood purity movement as a way to consolidate power, to control the flow of magical knowledge and ensure his family's dominance." "But he wasn't the only one," Morgan said, appearing at his side. "The Malfoys, the Blacks, the Knots, the Lestranges, they all signed. They all benefited from the system. And they've been working to maintain it ever since." Harry continued reading, his heart growing heavier with every page. He learned about the secret alliances, the hidden agreements, the betrayals that had shaped the wizarding world. He learned about his parents. There's a section here, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. About James and Lily Potter. They discovered the truth, didn't they? They found out about the contracts, the betrayals, the lies. And they were trying to expose it before they died. Yes, Morgan confirmed. Your parents were brave, Harry. Braver than most. They knew the risks, and they took them anyway. They believed that the truth was more important than their own safety. But they didn't succeed, Harry said, his voice thick with grief. They died before they could expose the truth. They died fighting for it, Morgan said gently. And their legacy lives on in you. You are the one who can complete what they started. Harry looked at the book, at the secrets it contained, and felt the weight of that truth settle on his shoulders. I'm only 11 years old, he said. How am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to expose the truth when the people who tried before me were killed? Morgan smiled, a sad, knowing smile. You're not alone, Harry. You have allies. You have friends. And you have the power of 12 houses burning in your blood. The same power that your parents used to protect you from the killing curse. The same power that will protect you now. That night, Harry returned to his room, the book hidden in his enchanted robes. He had read enough to know that the truth was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The contract he had found was just the beginning. The book contained dozens of similar agreements, each one more damning than the last. Together, they painted a picture of a world built on lies and manipulation, a world where the powerful had sacrificed the powerless to maintain their own positions. But there was more, something Harry hadn't expected. The book contained a prophecy. Not the one Dumbledore had told him about, the one that had marked him as Voldemort's equal. This prophecy was older than the founding of Hogwarts itself. It spoke of a Lord of 12 houses who would rise to unite the magical world, to break the chains of the past and create a new future. It spoke of Harry. Harry? Hermione's voice came from the doorway. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry looked up, his eyes meeting hers. I've seen something worse, Hermione. I've seen the truth about the wizarding world. And I don't know if I'm ready to face it. Hermione stepped into the room, her expression filling with concern. What did you find? What happened? Harry took a deep breath, and began to tell her everything. He told her about the book, about Morgan Le Fay, about the contracts and the betrayals and the prophecy. He told her about his parents, about their sacrifice, about the legacy they had left behind. He told her about the weight that was pressing down on him, the fear that he would fail, that he would let everyone down. And when he was done, Hermione reached out and took his hand. You won't fail, Harry, she said softly. You're not alone. You have us. We'll face this together, the way we've faced everything else. And we'll find a way to make things right. Harry looked at her, at the determination in her eyes, and felt something shift inside him. The weight was still there, the fear was still there, but it was easier to bear now. It was easier to bear because he wasn't carrying it alone. Thank you, Hermione, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably get yourself killed trying to save the world single-handedly, Hermione said, a small smile playing at her lips. Which is why we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. The 30 days were up. The Malfoy challenge was scheduled to be heard that afternoon. Harry stood in his room, dressed in his finest robes, the Gryffindor sword hidden at his side. He had the book safely tucked away, its secrets ready to be unveiled if necessary. But he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Ready? Ron's voice came from the doorway. The redhead was pale, his hands trembling slightly. As I'll ever be, Harry replied. Come on. Let's go face the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Harry could feel the eyes of everyone in the room as he entered, walking with his head held high. He could see Lucius Malfoy in his usual seat, his expression cold and superior. He could see Dumbledore at the edge of the room, watching with an unreadable expression. He could see his friends in the gallery, their faces pale with worry. "Lord Potter," the chief warlock announced. "You have been summoned to answer the charges brought against you. Do you have anything to say?" Harry stepped forward, his voice steady. "I have a great deal to say, Chief Warlock. But before I do, I would like to present evidence that the challenge against my inheritance is invalid." "Invalid?" Lucius Malfoy rose to his feet. "How dare you?" "I dare because I have proof," Harry interrupted. "Proof that the Malfoy family has been using their influence to suppress the truth about the wizarding world. Proof that the blood purity movement is based on lies and manipulation. Proof that the contracts binding the noble families together were forged to maintain power, not to protect the magical community." The chamber erupted in murmurs. Harry could see the shock on the faces of the Wizengamot members, the realization that he was not going to be easily defeated. "Evidence," the chief warlock said, his voice sharp. "What evidence?" Harry reached into his robes and pulled out the contract he had found in the Black Vault. "This contract," he said, holding it up. "Signed by the Malfoy family, the Black family, the Dumbledore family, and the Ministry of Magic itself. It proves that the blood purity movement was created and maintained by the very people who now claim to oppose it." Lucius Malfoy's face went white. "That's a forgery." "It has to be." "It's not a forgery," Harry said calmly. "It's blood magic. The oldest and most powerful kind. And it's been authenticated by the goblins of Gringotts." The chamber fell silent. Harry could see the fear in Lucius's eyes, the desperation that was beginning to consume him. "Even if that contract is real," Lucius said, his voice barely above a whisper, "it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that I'm not, that my family hasn't. It proves that your family has been lying for centuries," Harry said. "And it proves that your challenge against my inheritance is nothing but an attempt to cover up the truth." The chief warlock looked at the contract, his expression unreadable. "Lord Potter, what do you intend to do with this information?" "I intend to use it," Harry said, his voice ringing through the chamber. "I intend to expose the truth about the wizarding world, to break the chains of the past, to create a new future where everyone is judged by their actions, not their blood. I am the Lord of the 12 Houses, and I will not let anyone stand in the way of that future." The chamber was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, the chief warlock began to nod. "The challenge against Lord Potter's inheritance is dismissed," he announced. "Lord Potter has proven his worthiness, and his claims are upheld." Lucius Malfoy's face went red with fury, but he knew better than to argue. The contract was damning evidence, and if Harry chose to make it public, the Malfoy family would be ruined. "This isn't over, Potter," Lucius hissed as Harry passed. "This is just the beginning." "Maybe," Harry replied. "But I'll be ready for whatever you throw at me." Later that night, Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, surrounded by his friends. The celebration was in full swing, but Harry couldn't bring himself to join in. His mind was still churning with the implications of what he had learned. "Harry?" Neville's voice came from beside him. "Are you okay?" Harry looked up, managing a small smile. "I'm fine, Neville. Just thinking." "About what?" Harry hesitated. "About the future. About what happens next. The Malfoys aren't going to give up. Neither are the other families who want to see me destroyed. And there's something else, something I haven't told anyone yet." "What?" Hermione asked, appearing at his other side. "What haven't you told us?" Harry took a deep breath. "The book I found. It contains a prophecy. An old prophecy, older than the founding of Hogwarts. It speaks of a Lord of 12 Houses who will rise to unite the magical world, to break the chains of the past, and to create a new future. It speaks of me." "What does that mean?" Ron asked. "What does the prophecy say?" Harry shook his head. I don't know. Not yet. The book is ancient, and the language is complex. But I think it means that everything that has happened, my inheritance, the trials, the challenges, it wasn't just coincidence. It was destiny. The room fell silent. Harry could see the fear in his friend's eyes, the same fear that was churning in his own chest. What are you going to do? Hermione finally asked. Harry looked at her, at Ron, at Neville, at the faces of the people who had become his family. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic or reason, what his answer had to be. I'm going to fulfill the prophecy, he said. I'm going to unite the wizarding world, break the chains of the past, and create a new future. For all of us. It was an impossible dream. It was a goal that would take years, decades, maybe even a lifetime to achieve. But Harry knew, with every fiber of his being, that it was the right thing to do. He was the Lord of the 12 Houses. He was the boy who lived. And he was going to change the world. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Reclaiming Forgotten Family Magic. The weeks following the Wizengamot victory were unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. For the first time in his life, he felt truly free, free from the constant threat of having his inheritance stripped away, free from the Dursleys' cruelty, free to explore the depths of his magical heritage without fear of judgment or reprisal. But freedom came with its own burdens. The book he had discovered in the Peveril vault was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was a living document, its pages shifting and changing as he read, revealing new secrets with every passing moment. And at its heart lay the prophecy, an ancient prediction that spoke of a Lord of 12 Houses who would unite the magical world and break the chains of the past. Harry had read it 100 times, searching for meaning, for guidance, for any clue about what he was supposed to do next. But the words were cryptic, their meaning obscured by centuries of translation and interpretation. The Lord of 12 shall rise when the bloodlines awaken. He shall claim the power of the ancients, the wisdom of the founders, the courage of the fallen. And he shall unite the divided, heal the wounded, and bring light to the darkness. It was beautiful, poetic, and utterly unhelpful. Maybe you're overthinking it, Hermione suggested one afternoon, as the two of them sat in the library surrounded by a mountain of books. Maybe the prophecy isn't meant to tell you what to do. Maybe it's meant to confirm that you're on the right path. I don't know if I'm on the right path, Harry admitted. I don't even know what the right path looks like. All I know is that there's so much I don't understand, so much magic that's been lost or hidden or forgotten. Then maybe that's where you should start, Hermione said. With the magic itself. It was such a simple suggestion, yet it opened up a world of possibilities Harry had never considered. His inheritance was about more than just political power and ancient contracts. It was about the magic, the deep, primal magic that had been passed down through his bloodlines for generations. Magic isn't just about spells and potions, the goblins had told him during his training. It's about connection, connection to the earth, to the sky, to the blood that flows through your veins. The ancient families understood this. They knew that true power came from within, not from the books you could find in a shop. The first magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Peverils, the Deathly Hallows, the 3 legendary artifacts that had been passed down through his family for centuries. He found the Cloak of Invisibility in a hidden compartment of the Peveril vault, its silvery fabric shimmering with an inner light that seemed to call to him. The moment he touched it, he felt a surge of power, a connection to his ancestors, to the 3 brothers who had cheated death itself. This is incredible, he whispered, wrapping the cloak around his shoulders. The fabric settled against his skin like a second layer, warm and comforting. It feels alive. The cloak is more than just a means of concealment, Morgan Le Fay's voice echoed through the vault. It is a part of you, Harry. A part of your bloodline. It will protect you from harm, but only if you trust it. Trust it? Harry frowned. What do you mean? The cloak responds to the wearer's emotions, Morgan explained. If you are afraid, it will hide you. If you are confident, it will protect you. If you are brave, it will empower you. It is a reflection of your own spirit. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing, on the warmth that pulsed through his veins. He thought about his parents, about their sacrifice, about the legacy they had left behind. He thought about his friends, about the family he had found at Hogwarts. And he thought about the future, the world he was determined to build. "I am not afraid," he said softly. "I am not afraid of the past, or the present, or the future. I am ready for whatever comes." The cloak shimmered, its fabric glowing with a soft silver light. And Harry felt it, a connection, deep and profound, to the magic of his ancestors. "Good," Morgan said. "You are beginning to understand." The second magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Blacks, the dark, primal magic that had been passed down through the most dangerous family in British history. He was hesitant at first. The Blacks had a reputation for cruelty, for darkness, for magic that was more curse than blessing. But the goblins had warned him that the black magic was not inherently evil, it was simply powerful, and power could be wielded for good or ill. "The Black family magic is about control," Ragnarok had explained. "Control of the self, control of the environment, control of the forces that shape the magical world. It is not gentle, and it is not kind. But it is effective." Harry found the Black Grimoire in the deepest chamber of the Black Vault, its cover bound in something that looked suspiciously like dragon hide. The pages crackled as he turned them, and he could feel the magic pulsing within them like a heartbeat. The spells were unlike anything he had seen before. They were complex, intricate, requiring a level of focus and concentration that Harry had never needed to summon. But as he practiced, as he pushed himself to the limits of his abilities, he began to feel something shift inside him. He was no longer just casting spells. He was becoming the magic itself. "Impervious," he shouted, and the shield that sprang up before him was stronger than anything he had ever created. "Protego Maxima." The protection spread outward, enveloping him in a cocoon of shimmering light. "Excellent, Lord Potter," Ragnarok observed from the doorway of the training chamber. "Your control is improving. But control is only half the battle. The black magic demands more than just control. It demands understanding." "Understanding of what?" Harry asked, lowering his wand. "Understanding of the darkness within yourself," Ragnarok replied. "The black magic is a reflection of the soul. If you do not acknowledge the darkness in your heart, it will consume you. But if you accept it, if you learn to channel it." The goblin smiled, a thin expression that revealed sharp teeth. "Then you will become truly powerful." Harry thought about his anger, the deep, simmering rage that had been with him since childhood. He thought about his fear, his loneliness, his desperate need to belong. These were not weaknesses. They were sources of strength, if only he knew how to use them. "The darkness is not evil," he said slowly. "It's just part of who I am. Part of what I've been through. And if I can learn to control it, to use it for good, then you will have mastered the black magic," Ragnarok confirmed. "And you will be ready for the next challenge." The third magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Emrys, the ancient, scholarly magic that had been passed down through the descendants of Merlin himself. This was the magic that Harry had been most excited to explore. Merlin was a legend, the greatest wizard who had ever lived. His grimoires contained spells that had been lost for centuries, knowledge that had been hidden from the world. Harry spent hours in the Emrys vault, poring over the ancient texts. The language was difficult, the concepts complex, but he found himself drawn to the magic in a way he hadn't expected. Merlin's magic was not about power. It was about understanding the fundamental nature of the universe, the connections that bound all things together. "Magic is not a weapon," Merlin's voice echoed through the vault. "It is a tool. A means of understanding the world and your place within it. The greatest wizards are not the ones who cast the most powerful spells. They are the ones who understand the deepest truths. Harry thought about the prophecy, about the future he was meant to shape. He thought about the world he wanted to build, a world where magic was used for creation, not destruction. I want to understand, he said softly. I want to understand everything. Then you have already taken the first step, Merlin replied. The path of the Emrys is the path of wisdom. It is not easy, and it is not quick. But it is the path that will lead you to where you need to be. The fourth magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Pendragons, the warrior magic that had been passed down through the line of King Arthur himself. This was the magic that Harry had been most intimidated by. The Pendragons were a family of warriors, their magic forged in battle and blood. Their grimoires contained spells of destruction and protection, magic designed to defeat enemies and protect allies. Strength is not about how much power you can summon, the Pendragon Guardian said, appearing before Harry as he opened the ancient tome. It is about how you use that power. A warrior who fights without purpose is nothing but a brute. A warrior who fights for what is right is something more. How do I find that purpose? Harry asked. How do I know what's right? You already know, the Guardian replied. You have always known. The question is whether you have the courage to follow that knowledge. Harry thought about his parents, about the sacrifice they had made to save him. He thought about his friends, about the battles they had fought together. He thought about the future, the world he was determined to build. I know what's right, he said firmly. I know what I'm fighting for. And I will not stop until I've achieved it. The Pendragon magic surged through him, filling him with a strength he had never experienced before. He could feel his ancestors watching, their approval washing over him like a warm wave. Good, the Guardian said. You are ready. The fifth magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of Gryffindor, the magic of courage and honor that had been passed down through the founder of the house he had been sorted into. This was the magic that came most naturally to Harry. Gryffindor was not just a house at Hogwarts. It was a legacy of bravery, of standing up for what was right even when it was hard. The Gryffindor grimoire was filled with spells of protection and defense, magic designed to shield the innocent and defeat the wicked. Harry practiced them tirelessly, his wand movements growing smoother, more precise, with every passing day. Power without courage is meaningless, Godric Gryffindor's voice echoed through the vault. You can have all the magic in the world, but if you don't have the courage to use it, it is worthless. I have courage, Harry said. I've had to be brave my whole life. The Dursleys. The trials, the challenges I've faced. I've never given up. Good, Godric said. Then you are worthy of the Gryffindor legacy. The sixth magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of Slytherin, the magic of cunning and ambition that had been passed down through the most controversial founder. This was the magic that Harry had been most conflicted about. Slytherin had a reputation for darkness, for a hunger for power that could corrupt even the purest heart. But Harry had learned that ambition was not evil. It was simply a tool, and like any tool, it could be used for good or ill. Slytherin magic is about focus, Salazar Slytherin's voice explained. About channeling your desires into something greater. The ambitious are the ones who change the world. The question is whether that change will be for the better or the worse. I want to change the world, Harry said. I want to make it better. I want to create a world where everyone is judged by their actions, not their blood. Then you have the ambition of a Slytherin, Salazar said. Use it wisely. The seventh magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of Ravenclaw, the magic of wisdom and intellect that had been passed down through the most scholarly founder. This was the magic that Harry had been most eager to explore. Ravenclaw was the house of knowledge, of understanding, of the pursuit of truth. The Ravenclaw grimoire was filled with spells of discovery and insight, magic designed to reveal hidden truths and uncover ancient secrets. Harry devoured the text, his mind expanding with every new concept he encountered. Wisdom is not just about knowing things, Rowena Ravenclaw's voice explained. It's about understanding the connections between those things. It's about seeing the bigger picture. I'm trying to see the bigger picture, Harry said. But it's hard. There's so much I don't know. Then keep learning, Rowena said. Keep questioning, keep seeking, keep growing. That is the path of wisdom. The eighth magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of Hufflepuff, the magic of loyalty and compassion that had been passed down through the kindest founder. This was the magic that Harry had been most surprised to discover. Hufflepuff was often dismissed as the leftover house, the one that didn't demand courage or cunning or wisdom. But Harry had learned that Hufflepuff's magic was just as powerful as any other. Hufflepuff magic is about connection, Helga Hufflepuff's voice explained. About the bonds that unite us, the love that sustains us, the compassion that makes us human. It is the most powerful magic of all. How do I use it? Harry asked. How do I channel that kind of power? By opening your heart, Helga replied. By letting yourself care, by letting yourself love, by letting yourself be vulnerable. That is the true power of Hufflepuff. Harry thought about his friends, about the family he had found at Hogwarts. He thought about the people he would protect, the people he would fight for. And he felt the Hufflepuff magic surge through him, warm and comforting and powerful. I will not let them down, he whispered. I will protect them. No matter what. The ninth magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Potters, the ancestral magic that had been passed down through his own family line. This was the most personal magic of all. The Potters were not as ancient as the other houses, but they were his. Their blood ran in his veins, their legacy was his to claim. The Potter grimoire was filled with practical magic, spells for daily life, for protection, for the simple joys of being a wizard. Harry found himself smiling as he read through the pages, imagining his parents using these spells, imagining the life they had shared. The Potter magic is about family, James Potter's voice echoed through the vault. About love, about sacrifice, about the ties that bind us together. Your mother and I died to protect you, Harry. We would do it again in a heartbeat. I know, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I know you would. And I'm going to make sure your sacrifice wasn't in vain. You already have, James said softly. You already have. The 10th magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Gaunts, the dark, twisted magic that had been passed down through the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. This was the magic that Harry had been most hesitant to explore. The Gaunts were a family of tragedy and madness, their legacy stained by cruelty and obsession. But Harry had learned that even darkness could be redeemed. The Gaunt magic is about pain, the Gaunt Guardian explained. About the suffering that shapes us, the scars that define us. It is not pleasant, and it is not gentle. But it is real. How do I use it? Harry asked. How do I channel that kind of power? By acknowledging your own pain, the Guardian replied. By recognizing the darkness within yourself and refusing to let it consume you. The Gaunt magic is a reflection of the soul. If you can face your own darkness, you can control it. Harry thought about his childhood, about the years of neglect and abuse. He thought about the anger that still simmered beneath the surface, the rage that threatened to consume him. And he made a choice. I will not let the darkness win, he said. I will face it, and I will overcome it. The Gaunt magic surged through him, painful and powerful, and Harry felt something shift inside him. The scars were still there, the pain was still there. But it no longer controlled him. The 11th magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the Le Fays, the ancient, mysterious magic that had been passed down through the line of Morgan Le Fay herself. This was the magic that Harry had been most curious about. Morgan Le Fay was a legend, a figure of myth and mystery, and her magic was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The Le Fay magic is about transformation, Morgan explained, appearing before him as he opened her grimoire. About change, about growth, about becoming something new. It is the magic of the butterfly, of the phoenix, of the endless cycle of death and rebirth. How do I use it? Harry asked. How do I transform myself? By letting go of who you were, Morgan replied. By embracing who you are becoming. The Lul Fei magic is not about control. It is about surrender. Harry thought about his journey, about the boy he had been and the lord he was becoming. He thought about the future, the person he would need to be to fulfill the prophecy. I am ready, he said. I am ready to become something new. The Lul Fei magic surged through him, and Harry felt himself shifting, growing, evolving. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was something more. The 12th and final magic Harry reclaimed was the magic of the combined houses, the unified power that came from being the Lord of 12. This was the magic that the goblins had warned him about. It was not a simple magic, not a gentle magic. It was the magic of unity, of connection, of the bonds that tied the 12 houses together. To wield the combined magic of the houses, Ragnarok had explained, you must first understand the connection between them. You must see how they are all part of a greater whole, how each one contributes to the legacy of the others. Harry spent weeks meditating on this concept, exploring the connections between the houses. He saw how Gryffindor's courage was balanced by Ravenclaw's wisdom, how Hufflepuff's compassion was tempered by Slytherin's ambition. He saw how the Peveril's mastery of death was complemented by the Potter's love of life, how the Black's darkness was redeemed by the Lul Fei's transformation. And when he finally understood, when he finally felt the connection deep in his soul, he opened his eyes and spoke the words. Unitas. The spell surged through him, 12 streams of magic merging into one. Harry felt power beyond anything he had ever imagined, power that was ancient, power that was profound, power that was absolutely, terrifyingly his. Congratulations, Lord Potter, Ragnarok said, appearing before him. You have reclaimed the magic of all 12 houses. You are now the most powerful wizard in Britain. Harry looked at his hands, at the runes that glowed beneath his skin, and felt the weight of that truth settle on his shoulders. I don't feel powerful, he said quietly. I feel heavy. That is the burden of power, Ragnarok replied. It is not a gift to be enjoyed. It is a responsibility to be carried. But I have faith that you are strong enough to carry it. The news of Harry's magical achievement spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. Rumors of his power, his skill, his mastery of ancient magic, reached every corner of magical Britain. Some were impressed. Others were terrified. And many began to question whether the 11-year-old boy who had inherited 12 houses was too powerful to be allowed to continue. Lord Potter is becoming a threat, Lucius Malfoy argued at an emergency meeting of the Wizengamot. He is accumulating power at a rate that is unprecedented. If we do not stop him now, he will become unstoppable. He has done nothing wrong, Augusta Longbottom countered. He has simply claimed the magic that is rightfully his. If anyone is a threat to the stability of magical Britain, it is those who seek to suppress the truth. The truth? Lucius sneered. The truth is that Potter is a child who has been given too much power too quickly. He cannot be trusted with it. He has proven himself more trustworthy than any of you, Augusta shot back. He has faced trials, challenges, and attacks with courage and integrity. He has earned his power. The debate raged on, but Harry was not there to hear it. He was in the depths of the Peveril vault, studying a text that had been hidden for centuries. The prophecy. The ancient words that had spoken of his rise. He was beginning to understand what they meant. That night, Harry sat alone in his room, the 12 heartbeats pulsing in his chest. He had reclaimed the magic of his ancestors, had mastered powers that had been lost for generations. He was more powerful than he had ever been. But he was also more burdened. The magic he had reclaimed was not just a gift. It was a responsibility. A weight that pressed down on him, demanding that he use it wisely, that he not let it corrupt him. I won't let you down, he whispered to the darkness. I won't let any of you down. I'll use this power to protect the people I love, to build the world I've dreamed of." The runes on his skin glowed, pulsing with a steady light, as if the magic itself was acknowledging his promise. And Harry knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic or reason, that he was ready for whatever came next. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, The Noble Alliance. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had never felt so small. Harry stood at the entrance, his eyes sweeping across the assembled faces of the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. They had come from across the country, lords and ladies of ancient houses, ministry officials, influential business owners, and respected scholars. All of them had responded to his invitation, drawn by curiosity, ambition, or the simple desire to understand what the young Lord of the 12 Houses was planning. The invitation had been carefully worded, crafted with the help of Augusta Longbottom and the goblins of Gringotts. It spoke of a new beginning, a chance to rebuild the wizarding world on foundations of justice and equality. It promised nothing and implied everything, leaving the recipients to fill in the gaps with their own hopes and fears. "Are you sure about this, Harry?" Hermione's voice was soft, her hand brushing against his arm. "There are a lot of powerful people in that room. Some of them are bound to be hostile." "I'm sure," Harry replied, his voice steady despite the nervous flutter in his chest. "This is what I've been preparing for. This is where I start building the future." Ron appeared at his other side, his face pale but determined. "The Weasleys are here. Mum and Dad, Bill and Charlie, even Percy came. They're with you, Harry." "We all are." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friends. Ron had been a rock since the beginning, his loyalty unwavering even when the pressure seemed unbearable. And Hermione, brilliant, fierce, unstoppable Hermione, had been his strategist, his advisor, his conscience. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Both of you. I couldn't have done any of this without you." "That's what friends are for, mate," Ron said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Now go in there and show them what you're made of." Harry walked into the great hall with his head held high, his robes of deep green and black flowing behind him. The enchanted ceiling reflected the gray sky outside, casting a muted light across the room that seemed to match the somber mood of the gathered guests. The tables had been arranged in a great circle, creating an intimate space that encouraged conversation and connection. Harry had chosen this arrangement deliberately. He wanted everyone in the room to feel like they were part of something, not just spectators to someone else's drama. "Lord Potter." A tall, dignified woman approached him, her silver hair swept back in an elegant twist. "I am Lady Cordelia Malfoy, wife of Lucius Malfoy. I must confess, I was surprised to receive your invitation." Harry forced himself to remain calm. He had expected the Malfoys to attend, they were too proud to ignore such a public summons, but he hadn't expected them to be the first to approach. "Lady Malfoy," he said, inclining his head with practiced courtesy. "I'm honored by your presence. I hope you will find the proceedings enlightening." Lady Malfoy's eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile remained fixed. "I'm sure I will. My husband sends his regrets, he was unfortunately detained by other matters. But I am most interested to hear what you have to say." "Then I shall endeavor not to disappoint," Harry replied smoothly. As Lady Malfoy moved away, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The first encounter was over, and he had survived. But the real work was just beginning. Harry moved through the crowd, greeting each guest with the same blend of courtesy and sincerity that the goblins had taught him. He listened to their concerns, answered their questions, and carefully noted their reactions. Augusta Longbottom was his greatest ally in the room. She moved among the guests with the ease of someone who had navigated these waters for decades, her presence lending legitimacy to Harry's cause. "They're watching you," she murmured, pausing beside him. "The old families, the ones who have been trying to destroy you. They're waiting for you to make a mistake." "I know," Harry replied, keeping his smile fixed in place. "But I'm not going to give them one." Augusta's eyes glinted with approval. "Good. Now, there's someone I want you to meet. An old friend of your father's. She led him to a corner of the room where a tall, dark-haired man stood watching the crowd with guarded eyes. He was handsome in a rugged way, his face lined with years of hardship, but his gaze was sharp and his posture betrayed the instincts of a warrior. Lord Potter, the man said, his voice rough. I'm Remus Lupin. I knew your parents. Harry's heart clenched. He had heard stories about his parents' friends, the Marauders, they had called themselves, but he had never met any of them. The man's eyes held a depth of sorrow that spoke of years of loss. Mr. Lupin, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. I've heard a lot about you. You were one of my father's closest friends. One of them, Lupin confirmed. James was, he was the best of us. He had a heart that was pure gold, even when he was being insufferably arrogant. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. You remind me of him. The way you hold yourself, the way you refuse to back down. It's like seeing him again. Thank you, Harry said softly. That means more than you know. Lupin's expression turned serious. I've been following your story, Lord Potter. The inheritances, the trials, the challenges. You've been through a lot in a short time. But there's something I need to warn you about. What is it? There are forces in this room that will try to use you, Lupin said, his voice barely above a whisper. They'll offer alliances, promises of support, but their true loyalty is to themselves. Don't trust anyone, not completely. I know, Harry said. I learned that lesson early. Lupin nodded, a look of grim understanding on his face. Good. Then you might just survive. The formal proceedings began when Harry took his place at the head of the circle. The room fell silent, 100 pairs of eyes fixed on the young lord who had called them together. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry began, his voice carrying through the hall with practiced clarity. Thank you for coming. I know that many of you are here out of curiosity, out of suspicion, or out of a simple desire to understand what a child is doing calling the most powerful people in Britain to a meeting. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd, but Harry continued before they could build into anything more. I called you here because I believe we have a choice. A choice between the past and the future. Between division and unity. Between the old ways that have led us to war and suffering, and a new way that can lead us to peace and prosperity. He paused, letting the words sink in. For centuries, the wizarding world has been divided. Divided by blood status, by politics, by ancient grudges that have been passed down from generation to generation. These divisions have weakened us, made us vulnerable to those who would see us destroyed. And who would that be? A voice called out, Lord Malfoy's voice, though Harry couldn't see him in the crowd. The Dark Lord is gone. There is no threat to the wizarding world. Harry's eyes found Lucius Malfoy's face in the crowd. The man's expression was cold, but there was a flicker of something else beneath the surface, nervousness, perhaps. Or fear. The Dark Lord is not gone, Harry said flatly. He is hiding, rebuilding his strength, waiting for the moment to strike. I have seen the signs. The goblins have confirmed them. And the Ministry, in its blind arrogance, refuses to acknowledge the truth. Lucius's face went pale. You have no proof of that. I have more than proof, Harry said. I have the blood of 12 houses flowing through my veins. I have the magic of the ancients at my command. And I have the knowledge that my parents died to protect, the knowledge that the Dark Lord is not dead. He is simply waiting. The room erupted in murmurs. Harry could see the fear spreading through the crowd, the uncertainty that was beginning to take hold. Even if what you say is true, another voice called out, Lord Not, a thin, weaselly man with a look of perpetual disdain. What makes you think you can lead us? You're a child. A child who stumbled into power by accident. Harry met Lord Not's gaze without flinching. I didn't stumble into power. I earned it. I passed the trials, I reclaimed the magic, I proved myself worthy of the 12 houses. And I'm not asking you to follow me blindly, I'm asking you to work with me. To build something better than what we had. Lord Not sneered. And what do you offer in return? What can a child possibly give us? Justice, Harry said simply. Equality. A world where your children and grandchildren can live without fear of persecution because of their blood status. A world where the old prejudices are finally laid to rest. The room fell silent. Harry could see the conflict on the faces of the gathered guests, the struggle between their ingrained prejudices and the hope that Harry was offering. You're asking us to change everything, Lady Malfoy said, her voice cool. To abandon the traditions that have sustained us for centuries. I'm asking you to evolve, Harry corrected. To recognize that the old ways have failed. They've led to war, to division, to suffering. The blood purity movement, the noble families, the corrupt ministry, none of these have served us well. We can do better. And what would you have us do? Lady Malfoy demanded. Give up our titles. Our lands. Our power. Not give them up, Harry said. But share them. Use them to build a future where everyone has a chance to succeed, regardless of their birth. The noble families have a responsibility to the magical community, a responsibility to protect and guide, not to dominate and control. The room was divided. Harry could see it in the faces around him, the lines that were being drawn even as he spoke. On one side were those who saw his vision as a threat, a challenge to their ancient privileges and assumptions. They were the old families, the ones who had benefited from the blood purity system, the ones who would fight to maintain their positions at any cost. On the other side were those who saw his vision as a hope, a chance to break free from the chains of the past. They were the families that had been marginalized, the individuals who had been hurt by the system, the young wizards who dreamed of a better future. And in the middle were the undecided, the ones who were waiting to see which way the winds would blow. Lord Potter. Another voice rose from the crowd, this one older and more measured. I am Lord Percival Weasley. I represent the Weasley family, a house that has long been considered less than the pure-blood elite. I have to say, your words have touched me deeply. Harry recognized the man, Arthur Weasley's father, a wizard who had been fighting for Muggle-born rights for decades. Thank you, Lord Weasley. Harry said, inclining his head. We have been marginalized for years, Lord Weasley continued. Dismissed as blood traitors, excluded from positions of influence, denied the respect that our family's long history should have earned us. And yet, we have never given up. We have kept fighting for what is right, even when it seemed hopeless. Harry nodded, understanding the weight of those words. The Weasleys had been his allies from the start, a family of fierce loyalty and unwavering courage. They were proof that the old prejudices could be overcome. The Weasley family stands with you, Lord Potter, Lord Weasley declared. We believe in your vision, and we will help you build it. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd. The Weasleys were not the most powerful family, but they were respected, and their support would carry weight. I stand with Lord Potter as well. Another voice rose, Augusta Longbottom's, firm and commanding. The Longbottom family has seen the consequences of the old ways firsthand. My son and his wife were tortured into madness by Death Eaters. Their suffering is a direct result of the system that allowed evil to flourish. I will do everything in my power to ensure that such a thing never happens again. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the old woman. She had been his fiercest advocate from the beginning, and her support had been invaluable. Thank you, Madam Longbottom, he said softly. My family stands with Lord Potter as well. The voice came from a man Harry didn't recognize, but his robes marked him as a member of the ministry. I am Lord Alastair Bones, brother of Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. My sister has long believed that the ministry needs reform. We see Lord Potter as a chance to bring about that change. One by one, others began to declare their support. The Abbott family, the McKinnon family, the Scamander family, all of them stepping forward to align themselves with Harry's vision. But there were others who remained silent, their faces cold and unreadable. The Malfoys, the Knots, the Greengrasses, they were watching, waiting, calculating their next move. After the formal proceedings concluded, Harry found himself surrounded by a crowd of supporters, each one eager to speak with him, to offer their assistance, to share their hopes and fears. He moved through them with practiced ease, listening more than he spoke, learning the names and faces of those who would stand with him. Lord Potter. A young woman approached him, her robes of pale blue marking her as a member of the Lovegood family. I am Luna Lovegood. My father sends his regards. He was unable to attend, but he wanted me to convey his support. Harry smiled at the strange, dreamy-eyed girl. Thank you, Luna. I've heard about your father. He's a remarkable wizard. He is, Luna agreed. He says that the world is full of creatures that most people can't see. He believes that your vision, the new world you're trying to build, will help people see more clearly. Harry didn't quite understand her meaning, but he nodded anyway. I hope so. I really do. Lord Potter. Another voice cut through the crowd, sharp, commanding, and familiar. A word, if you please. Harry turned to find Severus Snape standing behind him, his black robes billowing around him like wings. The potions master's face was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes that Harry had never seen before. Professor Snape, Harry said, keeping his voice neutral. I'm surprised to see you here. I am surprised to be here, Snape replied, his voice a silky whisper. But the headmaster asked me to attend on his behalf. He sends his regards. Harry felt a flash of anger at the mention of Dumbledore. The headmaster had been conspicuously absent from the proceedings, his support notably withheld. Where is the headmaster? Harry asked. I thought he would want to be here for this. The headmaster has his reasons. For everything, Potter, Snape said, a hint of sneer creeping into his voice. He felt that his presence might overshadow your proceedings. Or he didn't want to be associated with them, Harry shot back. He's been trying to control me from the shadows, and he's not happy that I've started making my own decisions. Snape's expression flickered, a moment of something that might have been respect, or fear, or both. You are more perceptive than I gave you credit for, Potter. But be careful. The headmaster is not your enemy. He is simply complicated. Everyone is complicated, Harry said. That doesn't mean I have to trust them. Snape's lips twitched into something that might have been a smile. No. It doesn't. But it also doesn't mean you should dismiss them out of hand. The night wore on, and Harry found himself exhausted but exhilarated. The alliance was forming, slowly but surely, and with each new supporter, his vision became more real. But there were still obstacles ahead. The old families would not go quietly. The ministry would resist reform. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was waiting. Harry. Hermione's voice was soft, her hand finding his. You need to rest. You've been going non-stop for hours. I know, he said, managing a tired smile. But I can't stop now. There's too much to do. There will always be too much to do, Hermione said gently. That's the nature of the work you've chosen. But you can't do it all at once. You need to pace yourself. Harry looked at her, at the concern in her eyes, and felt a wave of affection wash over him. She had been with him through everything, never wavering, never doubting. You're right, he admitted. I do need to rest. But just for a few minutes, okay? Okay, Hermione agreed. A few minutes. Harry sat in a quiet corner of the great hall, his eyes closed, his breathing slow and steady. The noise of the crowd faded into a distant hum, and for a moment, he felt at peace. But the peace was short-lived. Lord Potter. The voice was familiar, and Harry opened his eyes to find Draco Malfoy standing before him, his expression cold and hostile. "Malfoy," Harry said, rising to his feet. "I'm surprised to see you here. I didn't think your father would allow it." "My father doesn't control my actions," Draco sneered. "He allowed me to come because he wanted me to see for myself what kind of fool you are." Harry felt a flash of anger, but he forced himself to remain calm. "And what did you see?" "I saw a boy who has been given everything by luck and coincidence," Draco said. "A boy who thinks he can change the world with a few pretty words and promises. But the world doesn't work that way, Potter. The old families will never accept you. They will never accept a half-blood who thinks he's better than them." "I don't think I'm better than anyone," Harry said quietly. "I just think everyone deserves a chance." Draco's sneer deepened. "You're delusional. You think the old families will just give up their power because you asked nicely? You think the ministry will reform itself because you said the right things? The world doesn't work like that, Potter. Power is taken, not given." "Then maybe I'll have to take it," Harry said, his voice steady. "Not because I want it, but because it's the only way to build a better future." Draco's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something like respect passing over his face. "You really believe that, don't you? You really believe you can do this?" "I have to believe it," Harry said. "Because if I don't, then everything my parents died for was for nothing." The next morning, Harry woke early, his mind already racing with plans for the future. The alliance was still fragile, still forming, but it was there. It was a beginning. He found Hermione and Ron in the common room, both of them looking as tired as he felt. "Morning," he said, settling into a chair across from them. "Did either of you sleep?" "Some," Hermione admitted. "Not much. There's too much to think about." "Same," Ron said. "I kept going over everything that happened last night. The families that supported you, the ones that didn't, the ones that were on the fence. It's a lot to process." "It is," Harry agreed. "But we're making progress. Slowly, but we're getting there." "So what's next?" Ron asked. "What do we do now?" Harry took a deep breath, feeling the 12 heartbeats pulse in his chest. "Now we start building. We create a network of support, a system that can function independently of the old families and the ministry. We prove that we can build something better." "That's going to take time," Hermione observed. "Years, probably. Maybe decades." "I know," Harry said. "But we have time. And we have each other." The alliance grew slowly over the following weeks. Harry met with supporters individually, learning their stories, understanding their motivations. He found that many of them had been hurt by the old system, marginalized because of their blood status, excluded from positions of power, denied the respect they deserved. He also found that many of them were skeptical of his motives. They had been lied to before, betrayed by those who had promised change and delivered nothing. Harry had to earn their trust, prove that he was different. It wasn't easy. There were setbacks, disagreements, moments when Harry wanted to give up. But he pushed through, driven by the conviction that what he was building was worth the struggle. And gradually, the alliance began to take shape. "We're forming a new order," Harry told his friends one evening. "A network of families and individuals who believe in justice and equality. We're going to be the foundation of the new wizarding world." "That's a lot of pressure," Neville observed. "Do you think we're up to it?" "We have to be," Harry said firmly. "There's no one else." The first test of the alliance came when a group of old families attempted to block Harry's efforts to establish a new school for Muggle-born children. The announcement had been met with fierce opposition, led by Lucius Malfoy and his allies. They argued that the school was unnecessary, that Muggle-born children could learn just as well at Hogwarts, that Harry was simply trying to create a rival institution to challenge the established order. "It's not about challenging anyone," Harry said at a press conference. "It's about giving every child a chance. Muggle-born children often struggle in the wizarding world because they don't have the same cultural knowledge as their pureblood peers. This school will provide that knowledge, helping them transition more smoothly into our community. But it will also create division, Lucius Malfoy countered. 2 separate schools means 2 separate systems. It will only reinforce the separation you claim to be fighting. The separation already exists, Harry shot back. We're just trying to bridge it. If you want to help, you're welcome to. But if you only want to obstruct, then you're part of the problem. The press conference was a turning point. Harry's words resonated with many who had been on the fence, and the support for the new school grew stronger. The school opened its doors the following September, with Hermione's assistance as a teacher's aide and Harry's as the headmaster in all but name. The alliance continued to grow, and with it, Harry's influence. He began to challenge the ministry directly, exposing corruption and demanding accountability. His investigations uncovered numerous scandals, bribes, cover-ups, abuses of power, that had been hidden for years. The ministry pushed back, of course. They had no desire to be held accountable, no desire to change the system that had kept them in power for so long. But Harry was relentless. He published articles in the Daily Prophet, testified before the Wizengamot, and rallied public support against the corrupt officials who had been running the magical government for far too long. "I'm not going to stop," Harry said in an interview. "Not until the ministry is reformed, not until the old families have been held accountable, not until every witch and wizard has an equal chance to succeed." The Alliance's crowning achievement came when Harry succeeded in passing the Equality Act, a piece of legislation that outlawed discrimination based on blood status and established protections for Muggle-born and half-blood wizards. The vote was close, but Harry's allies had grown too powerful to ignore. The old families fought tooth and nail, but in the end, they were forced to accept the new law. "This is just the beginning," Harry told his supporters, his voice carrying through the Wizengamot chamber. "We have taken the first step, but there are many more ahead. We will rebuild this world, piece by piece, until it is everything it was meant to be." But not everyone was happy with Harry's success. The old families had been humiliated, their power reduced, their influence diminished. They were not the kind of people to accept defeat gracefully. "Lord Potter," Lady Malfoy said, approaching him at a charity gala. "I must congratulate you on your successes. You have achieved more than I ever thought possible." "Thank you, Lady Malfoy," Harry replied, his voice carefully neutral. "But I must also warn you," she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "There are those who are not as willing to accept defeat as my husband and I. You have made powerful enemies tonight, Lord Potter. And they will not rest until you are destroyed." Harry met her gaze without flinching. "I know. But I'm not afraid of them. I've faced worse than the old families." Lady Malfoy studied him for a moment, something unreadable in her eyes. "I hope you're right. For your sake, and for the sake of everyone who believes in you." That night, Harry lay in his bed, staring at the canopy above him. The 12 heartbeats pulsed steadily in his chest, a constant reminder of the weight he carried. He had accomplished so much in such a short time. The alliance was growing stronger, the ministry was being reformed, the old families were being held accountable. But he knew it was only the beginning. Voldemort was still out there, waiting. The old families were still scheming. And the challenges ahead would be greater than anything Harry had faced before. But he was ready. He was more powerful than ever, more confident than ever, more determined than ever. "Bring it on," he whispered to the darkness. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." The 12 heartbeats pulsed in response, and Harry felt the power of his ancestors surging through him. He was the Lord of the 12 houses. He was the boy who lived. And he was going to change the world. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, The Goblin's Hidden Trust. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, delivered by a goblin messenger who appeared in the Gryffindor common room without warning. The creature was small even by goblin standards, his face pinched and serious, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. "Lord Potter," the goblin said, bowing low. "I bring an urgent summons from Ragnarok, head of Gringotts. He requests your presence at the bank at your earliest convenience. The matter is of the utmost importance." Harry took the sealed letter, his heart already beginning to race. "What's this about? Is something wrong?" "The head goblin did not share the details with me," the messenger replied. "He simply instructed me to deliver the summons and await your response." Harry broke the seal, scanning the letter quickly. The words were formal, written in the precise script of goblin officials, but there was an urgency beneath the formality that made Harry's blood run cold. "Lord Potter. I must request an immediate meeting regarding matters of grave significance. The ancient treaties between the Goblin Nation and your ancestral houses have been activated. There are revelations that must be shared with you in person. Come alone, if possible. Trust no one with this information until we have spoken. Yours in service. Ragnarok." Harry read the letter twice, his mind racing. Ancient treaties. Revelations. And the instruction to come alone, that was the most troubling part of all. "Harry?" Hermione's voice came from behind him. "What is it? What's happened?" Harry folded the letter, tucking it into his robes. "I need to go to Gringotts. Ragnarok wants to meet with me. There's something he needs to tell me, something about the ancient treaties." Hermione's eyes widened. "Ancient treaties? What kind of treaties?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But it's urgent. I have to go now." "We're coming with you," Ron said, stepping forward. "There's no way we're letting you go alone." Harry shook his head. "The letter said to come alone. Ragnarok was very specific about that. If I show up with an entourage, it might send the wrong message." "But Harry," Hermione began. "I know," Harry interrupted gently. "I know you're worried. But I trust Ragnarok. He's been with me from the beginning, and he's never steered me wrong. If he says I need to come alone, then that's what I need to do." Hermione and Ron exchanged a look, their concern evident. But they nodded reluctantly. "Fine," Hermione said. "But you're going to tell us everything when you get back. Every single detail." "I promise," Harry said. "Now, I need to go." The journey to Gringotts was uneventful, but Harry's mind was churning with possibilities. What could Ragnarok possibly want to tell him that was so urgent? What ancient treaties had been activated, and what did they mean for his inheritance? He was escorted through the bank by a team of goblin guards, their eyes watchful and their hands never far from their weapons. The atmosphere in the bank was different today, tense, expectant, as if something important was about to happen. Ragnarok was waiting for him in a private chamber deep beneath the bank, a room that Harry had never seen before. It was circular, its walls covered in ancient runes that pulsed with a soft golden light, and at its center stood a table of polished obsidian. "Lord Potter," Ragnarok said, rising to greet him. "Thank you for coming so quickly. I apologize for the urgency of my summons, but the matter could not wait." "What's going on, Ragnarok?" Harry asked, taking the seat that was offered to him. "What ancient treaties are you talking about?" Ragnarok's expression was grave. "Before I explain, I need you to understand something. The Goblin Nation has always been loyal to the ancient houses, the ones that treated us as equals, not as servants. The Peverils, the Emrys, the Pendragons, they honored their treaties with us, respected our sovereignty, valued our contributions to the magical world." Harry nodded slowly. "I've read about those treaties. They were signed centuries ago, during the founding of magical Britain." "They were," Ragnarok confirmed. "And they have been kept secret by the Goblin Nation for generations, waiting for the day when the rightful heir would rise to claim them." He paused, his golden eyes meeting Harry's. "That day has come, Lord Potter. The treaties are active. And they give you access to resources and support that you have never imagined. What kind of resources? Harry asked, his heart beginning to race. Military resources, Ragnarok said. Financial resources. Magical resources. The Goblin Nation has been preparing for this moment for centuries. We have armies, vaults of gold, and magical artifacts that would make the wizarding world weep with envy. All of it is at your disposal. Harry stared at him, his mind reeling. You're offering me, an army? A treasury? I am offering you what your ancestors were promised, Ragnarok said. The Goblin Nation has always believed that the magical world should be governed by those who are worthy. Not those who are born to privilege. Your ancestors were worthy. And you, Lord Potter, have proven yourself worthy beyond any doubt. Harry shook his head slowly. I don't understand. Why are you telling me this now? Why not when I first inherited the houses? Because we needed to be sure, Ragnarok admitted. We needed to see if you were truly worthy of the trust that your ancestors placed in us. The trials, the challenges, the political battles, we watched all of it. And we saw a lord who refused to be corrupted by power, who fought for justice and equality, who honored the legacy of his ancestors. The old goblin smiled, a rare expression of genuine warmth. You are worthy, Lord Potter. And we are proud to serve you. The next hour was a revelation. Ragnarok led Harry through the deepest chambers of Gringotts, showing him vaults that had been sealed for centuries. The first held gold, mountains of it, more than Harry had ever seen in his life. The second held weapons, swords, shields, and enchanted armor that gleamed with an inner light. The third held magical artifacts, items of power that Harry had only read about in the oldest texts. All of this is yours, Ragnarok said, watching Harry's face with quiet satisfaction. The Goblin Nation has been accumulating these treasures for generations, waiting for the day when the rightful heir would claim them. But why? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why would the goblins do all of this? Because we believe in what you are trying to build, Ragnarok said simply. The wizarding world has been divided for too long, divided by blood status, by politics, by ancient grudges. We believe that you can unite it. And we want to help. Harry felt tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. The weight of the goblins' trust was almost overwhelming, a responsibility that went far beyond anything he had ever imagined. I don't know what to say, he admitted. I never expected. I never imagined. You don't need to say anything, Ragnarok said gently. Just accept what we offer. And use it to build the world you've dreamed of. The military support came first. Ragnarok introduced Harry to General Gromish, a fierce goblin warrior who commanded a brigade of goblin soldiers. The general was old by goblin standards, his face scarred by countless battles, but his eyes were sharp and his voice carried the authority of a born leader. Lord Potter, General Gromish said, bowing low. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The goblin army is ready to serve you. How many soldiers do you have? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. 5,000 trained warriors, the general replied. Each one capable of fighting with sword, magic, or both. We have been training for generations, preparing for the day when the ancient treaties would be activated. Harry's mind was racing. 5,000 goblin soldiers, that was more than enough to challenge the ministry's forces, more than enough to protect his allies, more than enough to make a real difference in the coming conflict. What about the ministry? Harry asked. Won't they see this as a threat? The ministry is the greatest threat to the wizarding world, General Gromish said bluntly. They have been corrupt for centuries, serving the interests of the old families at the expense of everyone else. If they choose to oppose us, we will be ready. Harry nodded slowly, processing the implications of the general's words. The goblins were offering him an army, a force that could challenge the ministry itself. It was an incredible gift, but also an incredible responsibility. I'm not sure I'm ready to use an army, Harry admitted. I don't want to start a war. Then we will be patient, General Gromish said. We will wait until the time is right. But when that time comes, we will be ready. The financial support was even more staggering. Ragnarok led Harry to a vault that was larger than any he had seen before. Its walls lined with chests of gold, silver, and precious gems. At the center of the room stood a massive table, its surface covered in documents and ledgers. The Goblin Nation has been accumulating wealth for centuries, Ragnarok explained. We have investments in every major industry, property in every significant location, and holdings in banks throughout the magical world. All of it is at your disposal. Harry stared at the wealth spread before him, his mind struggling to process the numbers. This is more than all of my other vaults combined. It is, Ragnarok agreed. The Goblin Nation has been preparing for this moment for a long time. We believed that the rightful heir of the 12 houses would need resources, and we were right. But what would I do with all of this money? Harry asked, his voice filled with wonder. Whatever you need, Ragnarok said. Rebuild the wizarding world. Fund the reforms you want to implement. Protect the people who are vulnerable. The wealth is yours to use as you see fit. The magical support was the most surprising of all. Ragnarok led Harry to a chamber deep beneath the bank, a room that pulsed with an ancient, powerful energy. At its center stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal rested a book, not the book Harry had found in the Peveril vault, but something older, something more powerful. The Goblin King's Grimoire, Ragnarok said, his voice filled with reverence. It contains the secrets of goblin magic, spells and enchantments that have been kept hidden from wizards for centuries. With your bloodline, you can access it. Harry approached the book slowly, his hand reaching out to touch its cover. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt a surge of power, ancient and primal, like nothing he had ever experienced. The goblin magic is different from wizard magic, Ragnarok explained. It is older, deeper, more connected to the earth. It focuses on creation and destruction, on the fundamental forces that shape the world. With this magic, you can accomplish things that no wizard has ever achieved. Harry opened the grimoire, his eyes scanning the pages. The words were written in a language he didn't recognize, but he could understand them perfectly, as if the magic was speaking directly to his soul. What does it say? Ragnarok asked, his voice filled with curiosity. It says. Harry paused, his mind processing the information. It says that the goblin magic is about balance. About understanding the forces that shape the world and learning to work with them, not against them. Exactly, Ragnarok said approvingly. The Goblin Nation has always believed that magic is a gift that must be used wisely and responsibly. We believe that you, Lord Potter, will use it that way. The days that followed were a blur of preparation and planning. Harry met with the goblin leaders, learning about their culture, their history, their hopes for the future. He was impressed by their wisdom, their strength, their unwavering commitment to the cause of justice. The goblins have been treated as second-class citizens for centuries, General Gromish explained. We have been denied positions of power, excluded from the Wizengamot, and discriminated against at every turn. But we have never given up. We have always believed that one day, things would change. And now they are, Harry said. Now we have a chance to build something better. Thanks to you, the general said, his voice filled with gratitude. You have given us hope, Lord Potter. And for that, we will always be grateful. The first major test of the Goblin Alliance came when the Ministry attempted to block Harry's latest reform, a bill that would grant goblins the right to hold positions of power within the magical government. This is an outrage, Lucius Malfoy argued in the Wizengamot. Goblins have no place in the magical government. They are not wizards, they are not even human. They are intelligent. Capable beings who have been discriminated against for centuries, Harry interrupted, his voice sharp. They have the right to be treated with respect, to have their voices heard, to participate in the governance of the world they helped build. It's not about respect, Lord Not argued. It's about the fundamental nature of the goblins. They are not like us. They cannot be trusted with power. Goblins are exactly like us in the ways that matter, Harry shot back. They love their families, they dream of a better future, and they want to be treated fairly. Denying them rights based on their species is no different than denying rights based on blood status. The debate raged for hours, but Harry had prepared for this. He had brought evidence of goblin contributions to magical society, inventions, discoveries, works of art that had been ignored or credited to wizards. He had brought testimonials from goblin leaders, speaking of their hopes and dreams. And he had brought the weight of the Goblin Alliance, 5,000 soldiers, mountains of gold, and the promise of support that could not be ignored. In the end, the bill passed. It was a narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless. This is just the beginning, Harry told the goblin leaders that night. We still have a long way to go. But we're moving in the right direction. We are, General Gromish agreed. And we will continue to move forward, together. But not everyone was happy with Harry's success. The old families had been humiliated again, their power eroded, their influence diminished. And they were not the kind of people to accept defeat gracefully. Lord Potter, Lucius Malfoy said, approaching Harry after the Wisengamot session. I must congratulate you on your victory. You have achieved more than I ever thought possible. Thank you, Lord Malfoy, Harry replied, his voice carefully neutral. But I must also warn you, Lucius continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. There are those who are not as willing to accept defeat as I am. You have made powerful enemies tonight, Lord Potter. And they will not rest until you are destroyed. I know, Harry said calmly. I've always known that. But I'm not afraid of them. Lucius studied him for a moment, something unreadable in his eyes. You should be. The Dark Lord is not gone, Lord Potter. He is waiting. And when he returns, he will destroy everything you've built. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Then I'll be ready for him. Just like I've been ready for everything else. That night, Harry returned to Hogwarts, his mind churning with the implications of everything he had learned. The Goblin Alliance was stronger than he had ever imagined. They had given him military support, financial support, magical support, everything he needed to build the future he had dreamed of. But they had also made him a target, a figure of power that the old families would stop at nothing to destroy. Harry. Hermione's voice came from the doorway of the common room. Are you okay? You look exhausted. Harry looked up, managing a tired smile. I'm fine, Hermione. Just, a lot to process. Hermione crossed the room, settling into the chair across from him. Tell me about it. I've been reading about the Goblin treaties, and they're incredible. The alliance between the goblins and the Peverils was one of the most powerful in magical history. It made the Peveril family nearly unstoppable. Until they were wiped out, Harry said grimly. Until they were betrayed, Hermione corrected. The treaties were broken by the Ministry, by the old families who feared the power of the Peverils. It wasn't the goblins' fault, they remained loyal even when it cost them everything. Harry nodded slowly, understanding the weight of that loyalty. The goblins have been waiting for a long time, Hermione. Generations of them, hoping for the day when the treaties would be honored again. And now that day has come. So what happens next? Hermione asked. What do we do with all of this power? Harry thought about it for a long moment. The power the goblins had given him was immense, more than he had ever imagined. He could use it to challenge the Ministry, to fight the old families, to reshape the wizarding world in ways that had never been possible before. But he could also use it to destroy, to intimidate, to control. I don't know, he admitted. I know what I want to do, build a better world, protect the people I love. But I'm not sure how to do it without becoming the very thing I'm fighting against. That's the challenge, isn't it? Hermione said softly. Power corrupts. It always has. The question is whether you're strong enough to resist that corruption. Harry looked at her, at the trust in her eyes, and felt a surge of determination. I am. I have to be. Because if I'm not, then everything my parents died for was for nothing. The weeks that followed were a time of consolidation and growth. Harry worked tirelessly to integrate the Goblin Alliance into his broader vision. He met with Goblin leaders, with his human allies, with representatives from the magical creature communities. He listened to their concerns, addressed their grievances, and built bridges between groups that had been divided for centuries. It wasn't easy. There were tensions, disagreements, moments when Harry wanted to throw his hands up in frustration. But he persisted, driven by the conviction that unity was the only path to a better future. "You're doing good work, Lord Potter," General Gromish said one evening, as they reviewed the progress of the alliance. "The goblins are proud to serve you." Harry shook his head. "You're not serving me. You're serving a cause that we all share." Gromish smiled, a rare expression on his scarred face. "That is exactly why we believe in you, Lord Potter. You see us as partners, not as servants. You honor our contributions, respect our culture, value our wisdom. That is more than any wizard has ever given us." "I'm not like other wizards," Harry said. "I don't believe in superiority or inferiority. I believe that everyone has something to offer, regardless of their birth or their species." "And that is why you will succeed," Gromish said. "Because you believe in the best of us." The first true test of the Goblin Alliance came when the Ministry, bowing to pressure from the old families, attempted to seize the Goblin vaults. "They claim we're hiding illegal artifacts," Ragnarok explained, his voice tight with anger. "They want to conduct a search of our deepest chambers, the very ones that contain the treasures we've been accumulating for generations." "This is an outrage," General Gromish snarled. "The Ministry has no right to." "They have the right if they can prove their case," Harry interrupted. "And they don't have a case. That's the point. They're trying to intimidate us, to show us that they still have power." "So what do we do?" Ragnarok asked. "Do we fight?" Harry was silent for a long moment, weighing the options. A fight with the Ministry would be costly, both sides would suffer, and the resulting chaos would only benefit the old families who had orchestrated this confrontation. "No," he said finally. "We don't fight. We negotiate." "Negotiate?" General Gromish's voice was incredulous. "But the Ministry. They're acting in bad faith," Harry said. "And we'll show them that. We'll go to the Wizengamot, present our case, and expose their lies. We'll make them look like the bullies they are. And then we'll win." The Wizengamot session was packed, the gallery filled with spectators eager to see the confrontation between the boy lord and the Ministry. Harry presented his case with calm confidence, laying out the evidence of the Ministry's overreach, the political motivations behind their actions, the ways in which they had been manipulated by the old families. "This isn't about illegal artifacts," he said, his voice ringing through the chamber. "It's about power. The Ministry sees the Goblin Alliance as a threat to their authority, and they want to destroy it. But they can't. Because the Alliance is built on trust, on mutual respect, on a shared vision of the future. And that's stronger than any law they can pass." The Wizengamot was swayed by Harry's argument. The Ministry's motion was defeated, and the Goblin vaults remained safe. "This is a victory for us all," Harry told the assembled goblins and allies. "Not because we won, but because we proved that we could win the right way. Through justice, not through force." That night, Harry stood on the balcony of his quarters at Gringotts, looking out over the city of London. The lights of the wizarding world twinkled below him, a reminder of everything he was fighting for. "Lord Potter." Ragnarok's voice came from behind him. "May I join you?" "Of course," Harry said, stepping aside to make room for the old goblin. Ragnarok stood beside him, his golden eyes fixed on the same view. "You have done something remarkable, Lord Potter. You have united forces that were never meant to be united. You have built bridges that were never meant to be crossed. I didn't do it alone, Harry said. I had help. From you, from the goblins, from my friends. We all did this together. Ragnar was silent for a moment, his expression thoughtful. That is what makes you different from the others, Lord Potter. You understand that power is not about controlling others. It's about empowering them. Harry nodded slowly, the weight of those words settling on his shoulders. I don't want to control anyone, he said. I just want to create a world where everyone has a chance. And you will, Ragnar said. I believe that with all my heart. The Goblin Alliance was now one of Harry's greatest strengths. But it also made him a target for the old families, for the Ministry, for the forces that wanted to see him destroyed. But Harry was ready. He had the power of 12 houses, the loyalty of the Goblin Nation, the support of his friends and allies. And he had the determination to see his vision through to the end. Bring it on, he whispered to the darkness. I'm ready for whatever comes next. The 12 heartbeats pulsed in his chest, and Harry felt the power of his ancestors surging through him. He was the lord of the 12 houses. He was the boy who lived. He was the leader of the Goblin Alliance. And he was going to change the world. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Dumbledore's greatest concern. The office of the headmaster of Hogwarts had always seemed to Harry like a place of impossible wonder, a sanctuary of ancient wisdom and hidden power. But now, as he climbed the spiraling staircase for what felt like the 100th time, he saw it differently. He saw it as a place of secrets. The summons had come that morning, delivered by a silver Patronus that had materialized in the middle of the great hall during breakfast. The stag had spoken with Dumbledore's voice, calm and measured, requesting Harry's presence after his morning classes. The headmaster wishes to see you, Harry, the Patronus had announced, its voice echoing through the hall. It is a matter of some urgency. Harry had felt the weight of 100 eyes upon him as he'd nodded his acceptance. The whispers had followed him out of the hall, speculation about what the headmaster wanted, why the meeting had been requested so publicly, what secrets would be revealed. Now, standing before the ornate door of Dumbledore's office, Harry felt the familiar churn of anxiety in his stomach. He had been avoiding this conversation for weeks, months even, ever since he discovered the truth about the contracts, the blood purity movement, the secrets that Dumbledore's family had helped to create. But he couldn't avoid it forever. Enter, Dumbledore's voice called from within, and Harry pushed open the door. The office was as he remembered it, cluttered with silver instruments, ancient books, and the portraits of past headmasters who watched him with keen interest. But there was something different about the atmosphere today. Something heavy, like the air before a storm. Harry, Dumbledore said, rising from behind his desk. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down. Harry took the chair across from the headmaster, his posture rigid with tension. You said it was urgent, Professor. What's happened? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, his blue eyes studying Harry with an intensity that made the boy squirm. I have been watching you, Harry. Watching your growth, your achievements, the ways in which you have embraced your inheritance. And I must say, I am impressed. Thank you, Harry said cautiously. I've had a lot of help. Indeed you have, Dumbledore agreed. The goblins have been invaluable allies, as have your friends and the families who have chosen to support you. But I must ask you something, Harry, something that I fear you may not want to hear. What is it? Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. Do you believe that you are ready for the challenges that lie ahead? Do you truly understand the forces that are arrayed against you? Harry felt a flash of irritation. I've faced challenges before, Professor. I've passed the trials, reclaimed the magic, built alliances. I'm not the same boy I was when I first arrived at Hogwarts. No, you're not, Dumbledore agreed. You are stronger, wiser, more powerful. But power, Harry, is a double-edged sword. It can protect you, but it can also isolate you. It can bring allies, but it can also create enemies. And the enemies you are making, the old families, the ministry, the Dark Lord himself, they are not the kind of enemies that can be easily defeated. I know that, Harry said, his voice sharp. I've always known that. But I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't ask to be the Lord of the 12 houses. Or the boy who lived, or whatever else people want to call me. All I ever wanted was to be normal, to have a family, to go to school and make friends. But I can't have that, can I? Because of the prophecy, because of Voldemort, because of everything that's been thrust upon me. Dumbledore's expression softened, a flicker of something like sympathy passing over his face. I know, Harry. I know how heavy this burden has been. And I know that I have not always been there for you in the ways you needed. No, you haven't, Harry said flatly. You left me with the Dursleys for 10 years. You kept secrets from me, secrets about my parents, about the prophecy, about my inheritance. You let me believe I was alone when I never was. I made mistakes, Dumbledore admitted. I made choices that I believed were necessary, choices that I thought would protect you. But I see now that I was wrong. I underestimated you, Harry. I underestimated your strength, your resilience, your ability to rise above the challenges you faced. So why are you telling me this now? Harry asked. Why not before? Why not when I needed to hear it? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant with memory. Because I am afraid, Harry. Afraid that I have done you a disservice. Afraid that my efforts to protect you have only made things worse. And afraid that the path you are walking will lead you to a place where I cannot follow. What do you mean? Harry asked, his voice cautious. The prophecy, Dumbledore said softly. The prophecy that spoke of the Lord of 12 houses. I have studied it, Harry. I have spent years trying to understand its meaning, its implications. And I have come to a conclusion that I find troubling. Harry's heart began to race. What conclusion? What have you found? Dumbledore met his eyes, and there was something ancient and tired in his gaze. The prophecy speaks of a Lord of 12 houses who will unite the magical world. But it also speaks of a sacrifice, a sacrifice that the Lord must be willing to make if he is to fulfill his destiny. Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. What kind of sacrifice? I don't know, Dumbledore admitted. But I believe it will be significant. I believe that the Lord will be called upon to give up something he holds dear, something that defines him, something that he cannot imagine living without. The prophecy doesn't say what it is. The prophecy is cryptic, Dumbledore said. It speaks in riddles and metaphors. But I have studied it long enough to understand its pattern. And I believe that the sacrifice will involve the very thing that makes the Lord who he is. Harry was silent, processing the headmaster's words. The thought of having to sacrifice something precious, something that defined him, was terrifying. But it was also familiar. He had been sacrificing things his whole life. His childhood, his innocence, his dreams of a normal life. What was one more sacrifice? I'll do whatever it takes, he said finally. Whatever the prophecy demands, I'll do it. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. I thought you might say that. But I want you to understand, Harry, that the sacrifice may not be what you expect. It may not be a sacrifice of power or wealth or status. It may be something far more personal. Like what? Harry pressed. Like the people you love, Dumbledore said softly. Like the friends who have stood by you, the family you have found. The prophecy may demand that you give them up, that you walk a path alone, that you bear your burden without anyone to share it. Harry felt his blood run cold. I won't do that. I won't give up my friends, my family. They're the only thing that's kept me going. Without them, I'm nothing. Then you may have to make a choice, Dumbledore said. A choice between the people you love and the destiny you are meant to fulfill. The conversation with Dumbledore left Harry shaken. He walked through the corridors of Hogwarts. Without seeing them, his mind churning with the headmaster's words. A sacrifice. A choice between his friends and his destiny. It was impossible, unthinkable. He would find another way. Harry. Harry, wait up. Ron's voice cut through his thoughts, and Harry turned to find his friend jogging toward him, his face flushed with exertion. Mate, I've been looking everywhere for you. Hermione's found something big. She's in the library, and she says you need to see it right away. Harry's heart quickened. What is it? What did she find? Something about the contracts, Ron said, lowering his voice. The ones your family signed. She's been researching them, and she's found a connection to Dumbledore. A big one. Harry felt a surge of mixed emotions, excitement at the possibility of new information, and dread at what it might reveal. The contracts had already exposed so many secrets. What else would they uncover? Let's go, he said, and the two of them hurried toward the library. Hermione was in her usual corner, surrounded by a mountain of books and scrolls. Her face was pale, her eyes bright with the intensity of discovery. Harry, thank goodness, she said as he approached. I found something. Something that changes everything. What is it? Harry asked, sliding into the seat across from her. Hermione spread a parchment across the table between them. It was old, yellowed with age, its edges frayed with centuries of handling. But the writing on it was clear, and Harry recognized the same flowing script that had marked the contracts he had found in the Black Vault. This is a copy of the original contract, Hermione explained. The one that bound the Dumbledore family to the blood purity movement. But it's not just a copy, Harry. It's an addendum. A secret clause that was never made public. Harry leaned forward, his eyes scanning the parchment. The words were in Old English, but they came to him as clearly as if they were written in modern script. Asterisk, and it shall be so that the Lord of 12 Houses shall rise to challenge the old order. And it shall be so that the line of Dumbledore shall oppose him, for the blood of the Dumbledores is bound to the old order by chains of magic unbreakable. Asterisk. Harry felt his heart stop. Oppose him? The Dumbledores are supposed to oppose the Lord of 12 Houses? It gets worse, Hermione said grimly. The clause also states that the Dumbledores are bound to protect the old order, even at the cost of their own lives. If they fail, their magic will be stripped from them. Harry stared at the parchment, his mind racing. That's why Dumbledore has been trying to control me. That's why he's been keeping secrets, trying to steer me toward his version of destiny. He's bound by a contract that forces him to oppose me. It's not his fault, Hermione said gently. He didn't sign this contract. His ancestors did. He's been trapped by it his whole life, trying to find a way to break free. He could have told me, Harry said, his voice bitter. He could have trusted me with the truth. He was protecting you, Hermione said. He didn't want you to see him as an enemy. He wanted to find a way to break the contract without hurting you. Harry was silent, processing the implications of what Hermione had discovered. The headmaster's actions, so mysterious and frustrating, finally made sense. Dumbledore was not Harry's enemy, he was a prisoner of circumstances, just as Harry was. I need to talk to him again, Harry said finally. I need to confront him with this information. I need to know if there's a way to break the contract. Are you sure that's a good idea? Ron asked. If Dumbledore is bound to oppose you, he might not have a choice but to act against you. I have to try, Harry said. He deserves to know that I understand. And maybe, together, we can find a way to break the chains that bind him. The second meeting with Dumbledore was different from the first. Harry entered the headmaster's office with the parchment in his hand, his heart pounding with anticipation. Dumbledore looked up as he entered, his eyes immediately falling to the document. Where did you find that? He asked, his voice sharp. In the library, Harry said. Hermione discovered it among the addendums to the blood purity contracts. It explains a lot, Professor. It explains why you've been trying to control me, why you've been keeping secrets. You're bound by a contract that forces you to oppose the Lord of 12 Houses. Dumbledore stared at the parchment, his face pale. Yes, he said finally. That is true. I have been bound by this contract my entire life. It has shaped every decision I've made, every choice I've taken. I have tried to find a way to break it, but the magic is too old, too powerful. Maybe not, Harry said. Maybe there's a way to break it that you haven't considered. Dumbledore looked up, his eyes sharp. What do you mean? The Lord of 12 Houses, Harry said slowly. That's me. And if I'm the one who can break the chains of the past, then maybe I'm also the one who can break the chains that bind you. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You would do that? You would help me break the contract? You're not my enemy, Professor, Harry said. You've never been my enemy. You've made mistakes, kept secrets, tried to control me. But you've also protected me, guided me, done everything you could to keep me safe. I don't want to fight you. I want to help you. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Harry. I don't know what to say. Say you'll help me find a way, Harry said. Say we'll work together to break the chains that bind you. Say we'll build a better future, together. Dumbledore nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his ancient face. Yes, Harry. Yes. We will find a way. Together. The weeks that followed were a time of intense research and preparation. Harry and Dumbledore worked side by side, searching for a way to break the ancient contract that bound the headmaster to the blood purity movement. It was a difficult task, the magic was old, powerful, and resistant to conventional methods of breaking. But they were determined. And slowly, they began to make progress. The contract is tied to the magical lineage of the Dumbledore family, Harry explained one evening, as they pored over ancient texts in the headmaster's office. If we can find a way to sever the magical connection, the contract will lose its power. But how do we sever that connection? Dumbledore asked. The magic is woven into the very fabric of my being. Maybe it's not about severing the connection, Harry said slowly. Maybe it's about replacing it. Creating a new contract, a new bond, that overrides the old one. Dumbledore's eyes widened with sudden understanding. You mean, a blood oath? A new magical agreement that would supersede the old one? Exactly, Harry said. If I swear a blood oath to protect you, to stand by you, to work with you rather than against you, the magic of the old contract would be forced to yield to the new one. It's dangerous, Dumbledore said. A blood oath is binding beyond all other magical bonds. If you swear it, you can never break it. I know, Harry said. But I'm willing to take that risk. You're worth it, Professor. You've always been worth it. The blood oath ceremony was held in the depths of Hogwarts, in a chamber that had been sealed for centuries. Harry and Dumbledore stood facing each other, their hands clasped, their eyes locked. The ancient magic crackled around them, building like a storm. I, Harry James Potter, Lord of the 12 Houses, Harry intoned, his voice steady. Do hereby swear a blood oath to Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. I swear to protect him, to stand by him, to work with him toward our common goals. I swear to honor his trust, his wisdom, his sacrifice. I swear to be his ally, his friend. His partner, until the end of my days. The words hung in the air, heavy with power. Harry felt the magic surge around him, felt it take hold of his soul, binding him to his promise. And I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Dumbledore said, his voice strong despite the tears streaming down his face. Do hereby swear a blood oath to Harry James Potter, Lord of the 12 Houses. I swear to protect him, to guide him, to support him in all his endeavors. I swear to honor his trust, his courage, his sacrifice. I swear to be his ally, his friend, his mentor, until the end of my days. The magic surged, flared, and then settled. Harry could feel the new bond between them, warm and strong, a golden thread that connected his soul to Dumbledore's. "It is done," Harry said softly. "The old contract is broken. You are free, Professor." Dumbledore collapsed to his knees, his body racked with sobs. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you. I never thought. I never believed." "It's okay," Harry said, kneeling beside him. "It's over now. You're free." The news of Dumbledore's liberation spread quickly through the wizarding world. The old families were horrified, the ministry was outraged, and Voldemort's followers were furious. But Harry's allies were overjoyed, the headmaster's support would be invaluable in the coming conflict. "Harry, you've done the impossible," Hermione said, her eyes shining with pride. "You've broken a contract that has been binding the Dumbledore family for centuries." "I didn't do it alone," Harry said. "I had help. From you, from Ron, from everyone who stood by me. This was a team effort." "Maybe," Hermione said. "But you were the one who made the blood oath. You were the one who risked everything to set him free." "It was worth it," Harry said simply. "He's worth it." The ceremony at the Great Hall was a celebration of freedom and unity. Harry stood at the head of the room, his hand clasped with Dumbledore's, looking out at the assembled crowd. His friends were there, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna. His allies were there, the Goblins, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms. And his enemies were there too, watching with cold eyes, scheming their revenge. But Harry didn't care about them. All that mattered was the moment, the bond that had been forged, the future that was now possible. "Today, we celebrate freedom," Harry announced, his voice carrying through the hall. "Freedom from the chains of the past, freedom from the lies that have held us captive. Today, we celebrate the beginning of a new era, an era of unity, of justice, of hope." The crowd cheered, their voices rising to the enchanted ceiling. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of their support, the strength of their belief. "Together, we will build a better world," he continued. "Together, we will overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Together, we will create a future that our children and grandchildren will be proud to inherit." That night, Harry stood on the balcony of his quarters, looking out over the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle was quiet, peaceful, a haven of learning and magic. But he knew it wouldn't stay that way. The old families were regrouping. The ministry was plotting. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was waiting. "Harry?" Dumbledore's voice came from behind him. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Of course not, Professor," Harry said, turning to face him. "I was just thinking." "About what?" Harry was silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the darkness. "About the future. About everything that's going to happen. About the challenges we're going to face." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "The challenges will be great, Harry. But I believe we are ready for them. Together." "Together," Harry agreed. Dumbledore stepped forward, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder. "I want you to know, Harry, that I am proud of you. Prouder than I have ever been of anyone. You have accomplished more in the past year than most wizards accomplish. In a lifetime. And you have done it with grace, with courage, with integrity." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said softly. "That means a lot." "It's true," Dumbledore said. "And I want you to know that I will be with you, always. Whatever comes, whatever happens, I will stand by your side." Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of the headmaster's words. "I know you will, Professor. And I'll be by your side too. Always." The future was uncertain, fraught with danger and challenge. But Harry was ready. He had the power of 12 houses burning in his blood. He had the loyalty of the Goblin Nation at his back. He had the support of his friends and allies surrounding him. And he had the wisdom of Dumbledore at his side. Together, they would face whatever came. Together, they would build a better world. Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He was the Lord of the 12 Houses. He was the leader of a revolution. He was the architect of a new future. And he was just getting started. End of chapter 10. Thank you.